Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, howdy.
Thanks for joining us. Sorry you were in the waiting room longer.
Oh, that's fine.
We are streaming on YouTube because we had the meeting scheduled for earlier, so. I think we're just waiting for a couple more people. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And resume the recording. Open. Try to get. Great. Well, thank you for joining us for the fourth meeting of the Ocean Shore Rule Advisory Committee meeting. And for this meeting, we were going to start with a continuation of the fee discussion that we finished or that we were on at the last meeting. So Kevin, do you want to start with that piece?
Absolutely. So just kind of as a reminder and maybe a little bit of a refresh, we've gone through the fees and I did get some comments from everybody, and then kind of ran out of time toward the end there on going into some specific suggestion recommendations. So since we had this meeting, I figured see if anybody had any thoughts since the last meeting that they wanted to share. So kind of in the same manner that we've done our other meetings, just kind of having a little bit of a look back and saying, did anybody have any thoughts on any of these topics? That because we did make it through this slide, but again, wanted to make sure that if anybody had any thoughts along the way, this had an opportunity to collect them, and then we'll talk a little bit more about mitigation and get some of your thoughts on mitigation and just compensation. Okay, no, anybody have any thoughts on this? Otherwise, we'll move on to mitigation. Okay, not seeing any hands. All right, move on to mitigation. So I gave a little bit of a kind of preview of um, mitigation last week and set the context, but I want to spend a little bit more time going through it because I kind of see this as being a couple phases for development of mitigation and this just compensation as well. So we've got kind of what's sitting in front of us today are the legislative package that is now in effect does include compensation as part of the fee structure. And so one of the things that we can look at now as we develop the fee is the use of some sort of compensation number within there in order to kind of cover some of the remaining unavoidable impacts, right? The next phase two, when I kind of say that is, I think we're going to probably at some point in time need a more structured and dynamic um, and more scientifically based mitigation process, especially as it relates to compensation. And so there are some thoughts that we could have kind of a stopgap of something that at least looks at the types of use, the amount of time, amount of impact, those type of things to at least set some standard kind of baseline, and then use that to help build and progress into kind of a phase two where we look more, a lot more at a lot more of the specifics, look at the science and literature out there, figure out what we really need to have a fully comprehensive compensatory mitigation process. And then the second part of this, which is currently in rules, but we need to clarify, is this just compensation. And what I've got on the screen is the just compensation aspect, which is, I'll say somewhat of it is a kind of a compensatory mitigation, but it's more of an ad valorem type fee. It's more of if you're taking this material from, or if you're utilizing the beach permanently, there needs to be that compensation. And so I kind of put them into the same umbrella. And so, but what we have currently listed out how to figure out our fee for this just compensation is, while it is defined in rule, I'll be blunt, it's not helpful. We've had, first off, the natural products. We have more or less had a moratorium on natural product removal, mainly because it's not really typically in the best interest of the ocean shore to do that. But it also leads to degradation, pretty much in most cases, and some of the activities that were, as I understand it, previously utilized, whether that was gravel mining on some of the river bars, some of those types of things. A lot of those have just kind of migrated and shifted to not be within the waters anymore. And so there's kind of that whole natural product one. I mean, we haven't used it in in 3 years, and I am not aware of any time it's been used in the last decade or so. And then the pipelines, conduits, a lot of more of this ends up being more for the cable landings. Other projects that it could be would be like sewer outfalls. It's for the other kind of main thing that we see. See on the ocean shore, there are a few water intakes for like the aquarium and seaside, and some other projects like that I'm aware of. But yeah, it's for any of those kinds of crossing projects that go east-west across the beach. So, but again, part of that is you've got everything from what is, a small use to something that is a, multinational, multi-billion-dollar operation, and how do we come up with a fair, just compensation for the use of that portion of the ocean shore? And so that's kind of what I wanted to throw out at this group, and actually have a little more dialogue of what approach should we take, both, I'll say, in the rulemaking. Should we look at more deferring and having, a more dedicated, focused conversation on this? Should we have some placeholder fees on this? And if so, what kind of structure should we put on that? And I do have some frameworks listed up in this slide here of some of the things we've at least talked about internally, and especially related to the construction use. I know it's difficult for us to come up like with a square footage of, I'll say, for if you put riprap onto the beach and you fill X number of square feet, that could be compensatory mitigation. We could run that a couple different ways. One of the things we've been looking at that's probably even more of an issue is the construction use, and that's the staging, vehicle, equipment use on the beach, the haul routes on the beach, those types of things, because they do impact public access ways. They do impact both physically from damage, but also just blocking them, as I've shared with you previously. And then the interruption of use, whether that's things like we'll have special use permits, or the public's expectation of using the beach in a certain area, and there's a haul route where they're making multiple trips across that a day with large construction equipment, dump trucks, those type of things. And so how do we help kind of support the concept of these construction sites need to be, as first off, if you can do it from the upland, they need to happen there. If you need to build on the beach, it needs to be as small as possible, and not kind of subsidizing the construction activities because it's a free use of the beach. And that's kind of where things have, I think, appears to have shifted to where more and more work is being proposed to happen on the beach because it's free and open from from a contracting, logistics, and perspective. But there is direct impacts to the public on that. So how do we come up with a fair and equitable way to compensate the public for those unavoidable impacts, but also have some cost built in there, so it discourages overuse or misuse of the beach, or extensive use of the beach, and tries to keep that limited down, because right now there aren't any of those safeguards. So that's kind of where one of the pieces that we were looking at in there. And so again, I just would love to get some thoughts, so that as I frame this up, I have something to go on, that some sort of input. Nancy?
Just briefly, because again, we've got and parceled a lot of this different stuff. Is it explicitly stated somewhere that you're trying to, with your rules, minimize, the acreage and the habitat lost on a lost beaches? And I know that you're now requiring a lot of information from folks about construction use. But do you explicitly say that, you're trying to minimize construction use, lost beaches, natural product removal, unnecessary pipelines and conduits? I'd rather stuff not just be built into a fee structure.
Yes. So and we'll be going through that some today, kind of initially with the application requirements, but as has been pointed out kind of offline, was also within the permit review standards, which I haven't shared with you all yet. But yes, we are taking the existing rules and trying to basically make them a little more comprehensive and a little more, a lot more objective. Really coming back into, building on some of the phrases that are in our current rules, such as there's no reasonable alternatives that have less impact on the ocean shore or that will in any way degrade the ocean shore. So there's some of those terms that are currently in our rule, but they're spread out and they're buried. And so, yes, the new rules are taking those statements and trying to bring them a little bit more up front so that, number one, the needs requirement is first and foremost, right? And it actually has to be a justifiable need, not a want, not a desire, not some sort of, I came up with a case that I should ask you for this and you should tell me yes to do it. It's more of, you're telling me there's a problem, you need to justify the problem and you need to explain, that there is a need for this. And then from that your first step is avoiding the impacts. If there's something you can do, you need to avoid, then minimize, and then go through and actually mitigate.
Right. I understand that. I'm
So,
just wondering, do you explicitly say we want to minimize the acreage of Lost Beach? We want to minimize natural product removal and pipeline conduit crossings. I just hope that that's included somewhere and not just under an umbrella.
Okay. And I think to answer your question, no, we do not explicitly say that. And I think some of the thought was that as we get to some of the project specific, would have more of that. But I think you're right in that there is a gap in that in the current kind of broader rules, that it's like, hey, the whole point of our program is to minimize the impact to the ocean shore. And so how do we, how is that realized? So I have a note of that. Okay. Any other thoughts or guidance on mitigation and as part of our fee structure? Diana.
Hi. I love what Nancy was just saying. I think it's really important. I have trouble with rules in general. It's like, oh, I see all these words that feel very vague, and these are the things that we go around and around on in hearings. So I agree that anything that we can do to be more specific within the rules, I really appreciate and think is good for everyone. I love the idea of you guys spending more concentrated time on building out a mitigation plan and fee schedule, but I also think you guys should have a simple calculation in place to start that process and start educating the public about how this is going to work and the importance of doing things on the beach. It is going to be expensive, and it is a thorough process. So I love that the idea of you guys having something simple that you can start right away. That's all.
John?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you have an example of maybe good and bad examples of how this has worked out in the past with other projects? I don't know about riprap. I mean, I imagine there's plenty of examples of what has been proposed and worked out and what hasn't. But I'm thinking of other projects, like maybe the Packway project here in Lincoln County, where, I mean, the conduit for the power cables was, as far as I know, was bored under the shoreline, under the beach. There was some upland construction and a state park parking lot, I believe, where they had to do some open pit work. And I don't know what And maybe just as an example, what were the give and takes of those types of projects for the developers, and I guess how would these rule changes affect that or enhance that or make that more precise or more efficient? I guess that's my question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think generally, I'll use that some of the recent ones we've had where we've had inadvertent releases, sinkholes, other things develop on the beach, which we have created some requirements within, for shoreline monitoring, for spill or inadvertent release plans, for sinkhole response plans, those kinds of things to try to address that from those, specific pipeline type crossings or cable crossings. I think where that goes, I would say that goes more into the minimization side of things, is having those plans and programs where we really haven't done, I'll just say in the past, a great job is as far as this just compensation for the long term. We've at some point in time, previous staff member came up with a $10,000 valuation. There is no, from what I can find, there is no documentation on how that number was arrived. And we have used that just again for consistency. But what I'd like to do is have a just compensation that's kind of based on, what is that? Is it, hey, the construction valuation for something like that, is it the, some sort of a percentage of an annual revenue? Is it, because those are, critical infrastructure. They are critical, going across the ocean shore is a critical portion of that type of infrastructure. And even while it's not physically on top of the ocean shore, one of the recent situations we had up in Tillamook County raised a lot of questions of where they put the beach manhole, which is also the end of the cable, is potentially, in the foreseeable future going to end up being on the ocean shore, which also means the cable could come very close to the surface or be exposed onto the ocean shore, under that kind of longer term erosion and sea level rise calculations. And so, there's that bigger question of, today there may not be a real physical impact to the beach because it's bored under, but what are those longer term question marks? And also, if they walk away from it and abandon that facility and now they're exposed onto the ocean shore, where did the public get any funding to actually address or deal with that? And so there's these larger questions that come along with that. So there's kind of a couple of elements there. When it comes to some of the broader construction, I'll use the armoring, shoreline armoring in particular. It is, not only is it things like the fill of the actual open sand area, but also beach narrowing over time. It's the construction activities and the loss of, I'll say, uninterrupted public use for potentially months on some of these proposals. And in one case, I think it was over 18 months that the contractor kept extending their permit and asking for more and more time. And so you have these situations that that are ongoing, and having a good mitigation program in place would allow us to say, like, we could consider extending it, but you're going to have to pay additional fees. It's not just we'll give you more time. The public suffers, but there's really no cost to you as an applicant for delaying that project or having those longer term. And so there's that. Again, there's multiple factors, and that's why I say this will probably need to be a larger, RAC where we just talk through the parameters of what a holistic mitigation compensation type program looks like. But up front, how do we plug some of these holes and at least start with a sound structure?
It's a big question.
Yes.
No, there's a lot of value components, but I can understand the challenge here. But that's why I asked. Physical examples help kind of bring that out for me. So thank you.
Yeah. Charlie?
Yeah, I guess, I'm thinking about these cable landings in particular, because I've been through a lot of those, and, kind of thinking on Pac Wave and how there were a lot of upland impacts. I felt like a lot of that, I don't know, you might ask Laurel, different, she might think differently about this, but I felt like a lot of that was somewhat well negotiated with parks, what that meant. And I think that there was, a new parking lot and the other things. It was like that was it was a little more clear, and it felt like it was working well in that space, I think. I'd be curious what Laurel and others thought of that, given there was some snowy plover and other things that popped up, and some other resource things that were challenging along the way. Um, but when I think about like Pacific City and like the Facebook example, where Parks was really holding this, for a long time, basically. I mean, well over a year dealing with the impacts and the public interest and otherwise. Um, that's where I really felt like we need, stronger opportunities. So I guess what I'm thinking in my head, well, one is what does DSL do for just compensation with respect to cable landings and seafloor leases for cables? Um, is there a model there? I mean, I think that those rules are on the table right now a little bit, and they were just readdressing sort of that fee structure. I don't know if that's finished. I think it's kicking off next month, maybe, but um, that might be a model there with DSL, and kind of thinking about what that means and what that looks like. And then also, I think, you've raised several things about, uh, the upland impacts and the impacts to other areas. I really wasn't aware what staging and construction, the, what a challenge that was until some of the Salishan stuff started happening, and I would get constant complaints from homeowners in that area based on, and now I'm hearing about Glen Eden too, because there's a lot of staging going on there. So um, I'm not sure if I'm helping here, other than to say that I think there's definitely a need to have a clear pathway around establishing compensation on some of these larger projects, um, particularly the ones that have a lot of unknowns. And there's a lot of missing information on the timeline. It's not clear when the project will begin and end. People are often operating under weather windows and other things, and so that leaves parks in a pretty vulnerable situation, I think, when there's a lot of unknowns like that. So um, I don't have the silver bullet answer. I'm thinking, I'm kind of just thinking real time on this out loud, maybe. So do you know how DSL calculates that for their leases?
I don't. Um, I have talked to them in the past, and I didn't get a real good answer, I guess. But I will check back now that they're working on this, and I'll work with Laurel too, because I know she's been watching these and what's going on with the DSL stuff. So I'll check back with her, and we'll see if we can check in and get a little better idea, at least for the cables. Because yeah, it wouldn't. I don't disagree with it. It might make sense to kind of extend that same type of process across the ocean shore as well. Okay. Any other thoughts on it, whether it's mitigation for construction or for just compensation? And I, Diana.
I'm wondering if you're aware of NOAA's nearshore calculator. So it's used in Puget Sound, and it's a calculator that they use to try to determine long-term habitat impacts from new construction and maintenance of existing structures in the Salish Sea. So I just wonder if there are other resources that you guys can grab a hold of, and or be inspired by. I know I know when I was talking to a coastal engineer in Seattle, she said on a riprap project, the amount that a homeowner would need to pay into this mitigation fund is around 200,000. So you're saying 10,000, and I'm thinking that's not much, you know. And you're talking about the space that's lost on the shore that the actual riprap covers, but you know, you did mention that we know that there will be beach loss in front of it, and to the sides, and then also the habitat. So in Cannon Beach, it's popular to say that the riprap will be vegetated. You won't even know it's there. But in practice, people have not been diligent about making that happen, so that, you know, wildlife habitat is lost, that there's no longer the hooker willows and those things. So I I know that Seattle or Washington has done, they're a little further ahead on this. So I wonder if there you know, isn't something that you can grab there, at least maybe just as a short term, get something in place while you move forward for a more thorough review.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that calculator, so I'll do some online research and see what I can find. I appreciate that. It's part of
Sure.
why I'm asking to see where to go, because kind of I'll say I've hit a little bit of dead ends on my side, and I know kind of what I want to do, but how do you come up with the numbers? How do you come up with something else that's a good framework to start with? That's not just some
Right.
kind of
And
random.
I know in Washington, part of the calculation is based on urgency. So in order to even get shoreline armoring, you have to, you know, prove through calculation and modeling that the primary structure will be uninhabitable in 3 years. But I don't understand this exactly. You need to talk to ecology, but if that is not met and they're doing a lesser measure, then it's almost like they have to pay more the further, the least urgent the need is. So anyway, they seem to have, you know, done some of this work already. It'd be great to talk to those people at ecology and get some ideas.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Charlie?
Yeah, I like the Puget Sound calculator model. I think it's definitely something to check out. I think there's other ways that we can kind of get at the, you know, economic value of, you know, beaches. I think some of that work's actually been done. We hear a lot about the economic value of the home, and the cost of the home and the cost of the homeowner, but we're getting better about articulating like the value of the beach. And I believe that Oregon State's done some nice work in this area. Regardless, I think that that changes. And so I think it's important that it's flexible to grow with the values as the values change. And so I think that's another thing to think about is like, is there a way that we can calculate value of, you know, specific beaches? And that would really be meaningful actually to communities that are like Cannon Beach, for example, that's wrestling on their own a lot of this stuff before it comes to the city or to the state. So um, just another thought, and I don't know that that's like we have the answer for that, but I do think we ought to be somewhat flexible and allow room for it to grow. What it's worth today is not what it's worth 20 years from now. Um, yeah.
Thank you. Diana?
Um, that what Charlie just said just brought me to a question that I kind of have about this whole process, which is, um, you've a couple times referred to this as we won't be able to get to this at this review. So I'm just wondering, what level of review would you consider this? Are we tidying up because company's coming? Are we painting walls? Are we doing a bathroom remodel? Kind of, can you tell me what this is? And then also I'm wondering if there is something in place to, again, in Washington, certain amount of time, they have to review their rules, and then there is a cycle at which those rules need to be implemented at the local level. And we don't have anything like that I'm aware of. So Charlie just mentioned Cannon Beach. So I'm curious to know when this process will be through, and then how it's going to be incorporated locally, because I know you guys bump up against this all the time. A local decision is at odds with your decision, and that's super frustrating for the city, the applicant, and you guys. So I'm just wondering, is there a plan in place to implement this work?
So I'll kind of back up, and so yeah, we, as far as like when do we have to review the rules, how frequently do you update them? There is no legislative mandate. I will say that 99 was till now is way too long.
Yeah.
Waiting 26 years is kind of a
Crazy.
big issue that we shouldn't have, and even that wasn't really a comprehensive look. It was melding two programs, and so most of these rules haven't been looked at in over 40 years. And so I think generally every 5 years, Katie, if I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think every 5 years is when the agency likes to look at rules.
Correct. And it actually is, for new rules, we are required to look at them after 5 years. What happens
Okay.
is we look at them after 5 years, and then there's not exactly a requirement to continue to look at them, but for new or amended rules, we do look at them after 5 years, within 5 years.
And so hopefully under that scenario, we will get to a point where as a program, we are maintaining and managing these more proactively and updating those along the way. And at least I know, at least for the team that we have currently, we're looking at the program as a whole, and we'll be looking at a lot of changes over the next 5 years, which would likely end up necessitating additional rule clarifications and changes to kind of roll those out. And I think we mentioned it before, things like littoral cell planning or some of these other things. So hopefully that will address that. The other piece, as far as, how will it be implemented locally? So that is definitely a challenge. It is something that I've been working with Rhiannon on, trying to figure out how do we move the needle on some of these things. And so one of the things that you'll see in both our review standards when we look at that next time at one of the next meetings, but also in these application requirements and in the geologic report that I'm hoping at their next meeting to look at. What I've tried to do is incorporate a lot of the standing guidance from DLCD that they have developed for the coastal management program, which includes OPRD as well as the local planning departments. And so by incorporating those standards, hopefully that will do one of two things. One is it'll make us consistent with DLCD's guidance. So whether it's the sea level rise guidance, it's the coastal hazard overlay, the beach and dune overlays, those guidance elements and the model codes that they have. But the other thing is that by us having those standards in, hopefully it will be easier politically for some of the local jurisdictions to then adopt those standards locally, instead of it being, well, we've never had to do it and parks doesn't require, nobody else, so why as a local entity would we do this, which can be very challenging discussion. So hopefully by us bringing that into play, we can help foster kind of a feedback loop, and help the cities and counties when they update their comp plans and some of their local codes to connect with some of those other documents better. So John, go for it.
Yeah, I think I'm just curious. Do you have an idea of what that would look like when you start bringing those codes to various jurisdictions for adoption?
Well, like I said, ours wouldn't get adopted locally. What I'm doing is I'm using the DLCD model code and their guidance to
the
develop
recommendation.
ours. Yeah. And so what it would do then is kind of with a normal process, and I don't know if Rhiannon can help bill me out on here, but is when the county cities are going through their code and comp plan updates, they have those model codes and guidance as reference to materials to look at and incorporate. And so I know I've had feedback from some of the planners that kind of like, not, we're not touching that, because, you know, politically there's just not the appetite for it locally, even though it's the right thing to do and it's the state, you know, recommendation. And so hopefully by us having some of those incorporated, it could help soften that political, because it's like, well, okay, you're not now the first one kind of stepping out on that plank and making that decision. It's really more of, hey, we want to be consistent with what Parks is doing in, you know, within this overlap area. So Rhiannon, I'll let you jump more into that one.
Yeah, no, that's great. I was just gonna add that because John, the comp plan updates are voluntary, as you know, that since DLCD doesn't always have the funds to offer to assist with those, we do have the model code, and we are available to, you know, help provide input when those jurisdictions do happen to be doing comp plan updates. So like, for instance, Clatsop County just updated their coastal goals, and so OPRD and DLCD sat in on those advisory committee meetings, and we provided our model code, which they pulled a little bit from. When we do have funds, we do offer those to jurisdictions as well too, or if we have like projects from NOAA that we get to work on, like the one we just did with Coos County and Bandon. And so we are kind of slowly rolling out our model code, but I do agree, Kevin, that if you guys have something similar in place, then that would be kind of an impetus to maybe update or consider our model code when you do updates.
Yeah, I was just and I was curious because I haven't heard, I haven't seen anything from Clatsop County or what that looked like, but Rhiannon, maybe I might ask you about it later. I'm just kind of curious how that went. So, but
yeah.
But I do want to mention that in terms of the compensation part of these projects, the $10,000 amount that I've heard that number before, Kevin. It's I thought that, and I didn't know what we were talking about at the time. I didn't know if it was $10,000. I was thinking $10,000 a foot. I mean, come on, this is like they're spending a fortune on the riprap. I was thinking the offset for the compensation, but it sounded like it was more like $10,000 a project or something like that. Is that?
Well, and there was a different 10,000 that might be what you're referring to as well. So we were doing cash bonds of 10,000, and it was based on the length of the project and that. So again, but that was the base. Again, no real foundation in that. That is one reason why, as we're looking through the rules and why we've had better, some of the rules that we've looked at and talked about for bonds will be much clearer too, because we've been having, you know, kind of an issue with, well, we get the bond, what do we do with it? How do we utilize it? How do we return, or how do we, you know, take the funds from it? What does that process look like? And so that could be another 10,000 that you'd heard, was that it was a compliance bond, basically. Mm-hmm. But yeah, from what I can find in our records, just because there's holes, again, I don't know where that came from. We suspended that a couple of years ago. We are now doing some bonding again, but it's more of really targeted, I guess I'll say right now.
I certainly believe that if somebody installs a big shoreline protective structure, that they're renting the beach, or they're renting the impact to the public, and in terms of what that's doing to the beach. So I think there's something that the public should be able to recoup from that loss. So I would agree with that. So anyway, I don't have a better suggestion than anybody else. I probably have the worst suggestion sometimes, but anything, I don't talk, whether appraisers or other people who understand how to value these types of things can help. I mean, whatever input you get, hopefully you can come up with something that does, you know, what we would all hope it would. So anyway, just wanted to share that. So, but thank you.
And I'll clarify too, because the other 10,000 was the one I made the comment was the just compensation for the pipeline cable crossings, and it was just a flat.
That was the one I heard about. I think that was what I heard about. Yeah.
So we had two of them floating around, but like I said, it was just something that we had put on them that at some point in time our management had decided that $10,000 was the just compensation for a pipeline cable crossing, and we just applied it to all. You know, whether it was a small sewer outfall or a large multinational multi-billion-dollar project, it was 10,000 from what I can tell. So yeah, it's an interesting framework. So okay, well, I'm open if anybody else has any thoughts, especially Jackie. Haven't heard anything. I don't know if you have any ideas.
Sorry, I can find the mute button. No, I don't really have much to add to this. I think
Okay.
The clarification of the language is an important piece of all of this, and the mitigation. I think when we get more into what the mitigation looks like, compensatory mitigation, I'll have more questions, but
Okay.
the fees are a little over my head.
And that's okay. And I know we're kind of jumping within the fees as this being kind of the final stage of the whole mitigation sequencing. But like I said, just since we had kind of framed it up, I wanted to see if there were any grand ideas out there at the beginning that I can start looking at. Okay. Well, I guess I'll say last call if anybody has. Alex, I see you're on here too. If you have any thoughts, or Felicia.
No, not from me, thanks.
No,
Felicia?
me neither.
Yeah.
I was doing a little of research because again, I'm not super familiar with, all those fees and what they can look like, but I just I share with the group by email something that I found. I don't know because I've doing a little of digging. I've seen there like different ways of like fee system, and it looks like there was a document created by EPA that talk about in lieu fee program
Mhm.
instrument, and they have different case studies around the nation how they've been using this kind of fees and after yeah Washington Department of Ecology is also mentioned is having different like ways of doing things. And actually in the EPA document, Oregon DSL is mentioned as well. But I think more information I found by doing a quick research was around like wetland mitigation.
Yes.
It seems to be like a lot more information about that, versus ocean shores.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with a lot of the EPA Corps of Engineers DSL mitigation, and I mean we're using a very similar, well, pretty much I'm utilizing that mitigation framework because it's kind of the nationwide accepted mitigation sequencing. So that's what I've built the new rules on. The problem is what do you come up with as the dollar figures start? And with the EPA and DSL they've done a lot of different valuations and had several EPA grants to look at things like the ecosystem values and services and other things and kind of what those equate to financially. And so there's been a lot of research related to that. And some of the stuff that interests me is like I don't remember who it was at OSU, but one of the I think it was State of the Coast conferences was talking about kind of like the value of the beach, but then also there was things like the value of homes related to the um, tsunami line and kind of those things, and trying to figure out if there was a way that some of the work that was being done through the programs at OSU might actually help set some sort of kind of, for lack of better terms, hey, here's what the value of a square, whatever of the beach is, or how much intrinsic value a section of beach has because of tourism and all these other things. And again, I know that's going to vary by stretch of beach, but like, how do we come up with something that's a defensible, standard versus just, I randomly grabbed a number out of the hat and applied it. So, but thank you. Oh, Charlie, you have another?
Yeah, just kind of going back to my previous sort of thought around, there's the value of the ecology and the beach and the tourism, but really honing in on the uses. And I say this because I've done recreation and economic and spatial recreational uses of our ocean. study, and it kind of blew people away, the numbers that came back from that. And so I do think it's important to lean into the types of uses. The stretch of beach that Seaside depends on for their giant volleyball tournament every year. I bet that stretch of beach has a very different economic value than maybe, other places that don't have an event or something like that associated with it. Similarly, we talk about the values of rocky habitat and things like that from an ecological standpoint, but there is a lot more to the actual, money in the pocket of the community, really, because people can use that tide pool there and they get to see what they want to see there. So, the value of the experience and the value of recreation is generally severely underestimated, and often lost, I feel like, in these exercises. And so, again, I love, there's a lot of good stuff looking towards EPA and some of those more ecological driven models for mitigation. But I do want to say, like, culturally, and recreationally and otherwise, like our there is a lot of undervaluing, I think. So something to lean into, and however we come at this, or come up with this exercise.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
If we're if we're through with the fee structure, the next thing is the application requirements. And Kevin has to switch PowerPoints, so maybe take a drink. And we'll take a break at 2 o'clock. And I mean, of course, take a break as you need, but we'll take an official break at 2 o'clock. Whenever you're ready, Kevin, to go over application requirements.
I'm getting there. But I also want to shut down some of these other things so I can take notes where I need to take notes here. Okay. Hopefully everybody can see my screen again here. So just kind of touch point again. We are currently looking at the application requirements. We've talked a little bit about the fees here at this meeting and last meeting. We're going to be cleaning up the geologic reports, which will really be kind of an extension, but standalone to the application requirements, that we should be looking at the next meeting. We met internally and kind of talked through some of that, and we're probably it's going to be a combination of rule and guidance, but we'll end up talking more through the holistic piece, not just the rules, partly because a lot of the content will probably end up being in guidance. So we'll have that. And then I'm also trying to clean up and finalize the evaluation standards. And I do apologize that I wanted to have those to you guys around the same time as the application. It's just not working. I need to clean up a few more things so they're ready to digest. But so those will be kind of the next things we look at. But one of the things I wanted to point out is we're looking at the application requirements. First off, we currently have effectively 0 application requirements in our rules. It is more or less just, hey, on a form in a manner provided by the department, which does work, gives us a lot of discretion. But then when it comes down to it, it can be a challenge on some of those information pieces. So we're trying to kind of spell a lot more things out within the categories of what we want. And then, but what I've done with these is also trying to dovetail them much more specifically to kind of these evaluation and permit standards. And so the mitigation, sequencing, the project need, our scenic and recreational standards, those type of things, and really trying to build that. If we are supposed to make a permit decision, you have to give us the information in order to make that permit decision. And effectively, the best way to kind of say that is, if our review standard is, you have to design it to avoid impacts, and then for unavoidable impacts, minimize the impacts to to a resource. Well, if you haven't told me that you've identified that resource and how you identified that resource and how you designed to do that, then we can't actually make that decision, right? So we can't come back and say, oh yeah, we see what you did here. So that's part of what it is. And that's one of the issues we have currently. While we have these standards, it ends up becoming a lot more onerous on the department, because some of those elements are not actually included in the applications, but they're also not included in application requirements. And so that's where this kind of framework is going to help us well. So I just kind of wanted to show you guys where we're standing, and the next couple of meetings are going to be focusing on these remaining sections here. So just as we did in the past few, I'm not going to read through each section. You guys have a copy or link to the document, so please follow along as we go through it. Just going to be starting kind of at the top here and working through. I do have some examples and some things on the slides just to show you kind of why maybe some statements are there, and really try to set that context for you. As we've talked about, these are lengthier, but part of it's because currently everything is just on our application form and not really in the rule. So first one, pretty straightforward, is that, you know, it is based on our existing rules, you have to have an application in a form in a manner prescribed by the department. I've added to that, though, some of the kind of elements that are pretty frequently challenged or challenging, and that is things like being able to actually say that we have to have it in a single packet, right? It's not this piecemeal approach, because quite frankly, we just don't have the capacity or the ability to manage. If we get something submitted, you know, an application submitted, then a week later we get a couple other bits of material, and a week later we get something else. We don't know if we missed anything. We don't know, you know, if we send it out to public review and then additional material comes in, it just is not efficient or effective for us to have that. Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, I totally hear you on that. But I'm curious, like the room for dialogue and follow up with more information.
Mm-hmm.
And so it seems like this could be achieved actually just with some sort of like an online system, that is not a single packet that's delivered, and you don't get you'd like all wrapped up in a bow with everything in it that you need, but oftentimes it's probably not the case. So like it might be cool if there was like a system that allowed for that sort of, that actually could be somewhat transparent. Um, Sometimes when somebody's reading a permit, they don't understand like how, or a determination on a permit. They don't even understand like how. So some transparency there, or some consideration in how that dialogue happens. And I really, I feel this on both ends, really, from the applicant end, and then on the review end as well. So I totally understand though the major challenge with, here's a piece of information, here's a piece of information, but it seems like there should be a living, breathing place for the packet, if you will.
I completely concur. This has been something, well, actually, when I first was hired, it was something mentioned about having some electronic permitting. Part of why we're focusing on this core set of rules as well will hopefully allow us to pursue online permitting. And we have had discussions with management. I'm not sure exactly what the timeline is right now, but it has support definitely from staff, and we're looking at going that route. The big issue is, with the way our rules were currently written, it would be very difficult to develop a system, because we had so many subjective elements, and the online systems are much better for objective criteria, to where we can put those in as things like conditional programming, and based on how you check a box or fill out a form, or or whatnot, will help direct that. So we are hoping to go their way, Charlie. So I appreciate the feedback. Because we're with you. I would love to see
I
that.
figured that much. I thought it might be obvious, but I just, yeah, thanks.
And then there are a couple elements in here too where, basically we would look at not accepting an application. And it, quite frankly, I think I've mentioned this previously, but it's where there's a standing violation or somebody has got a permit and isn't even done with the work, or doesn't have the work fully completed or in compliance under that first permit, and they're already coming in and asking for a second authorization. And it just, by continuing to process and continue to do this, just completely muddies the water. And so really it's like we need to have a little bit of that incentive to be, let's resolve this outstanding issue first, then we can focus on what your new request is, so that we're not having to try to decipher, well, first thing is still being done and you now want to do something else. How does that all translate together? And then how do we make sure that, you're not out of compliance with the first one by doing stuff for the second one? So yeah, there's just a lot of that we have laid in there. So so that's pretty straightforward, covering, those aspects. And then the second part of this is clarifying really what is a complete and accurate application form, and really being able to, this is kind of somewhat of a staff efficiency, and I'll even say applicant efficiency. Currently, the way our rules are worked, it makes it sound like, kind of, I'll say the impression is that we should be, if we're giving an application, we should review the entire thing and give them feedback on the entire thing. But in many cases, there may be critical elements missing. And as you'll see from this screenshot of an existing, or a letter from a recent correspondence with an applicant, if we don't have, again, trying to clarify that, look, we're going to kick these out if you either just don't fill out sections, don't give us, critical elements. We can kick these out without spending hours and hours and hours of staff time looking at something and document every little element, right? So it's trying to clarify that aspect, so it's much cleaner for us to kick something back and be like, let's talk about it. But in this case, we've actually told them all the things that they need to submit. And, it's one of these things where when we get an application, as you can see from this one, it's actually got less information. But Charlie, this also goes back to what you were saying.
I was just going to say,
having
this
an
goes back
online
to the
system.
same point I was just making.
Exactly.
You
Is
would
you
even
can't
have to
even
look at it.
you can't even hit submit unless you've given everything,
Yeah.
right? So, Felicia?
Yeah, I was curious if so far, do you have the capacity, to, and yeah, time to say, like, here are the sections where information is missing, and here is what is missing. Or I know it takes a lot of work, so sometimes you may not even have time to say, like, here are all the things that are missing, and you don't follow, the directions. Or at the minimum, do you highlight the sections where things are missing? I was just curious about the process.
Yeah. So typically, and I did share in the file document, I shared a cleaned up version of the application checklist that Tyler and I worked on for one of
Yeah.
the projects, just to kind of show you. And part of that was to compare. I created a similar document, not same formatting, but similar document with the proposed. So you guys could look at those side by side. But typically what we'll do is we'll take that, or a version of, similar type of document, and that's what we'll send back to them and be like, usually it's a shortened version of like, here's the 6 sections you're missing, right? Or 6 things that you need to address. And like in this scenario, we're basically just getting the same application returned with effectively no substantive difference, right? And that's an extreme case, but it is an issue from the standpoint of, it's a staff capacity piece to always go through and be looking at these. And so, yes, I think the answer to your first question is, we do have the capacity, and it is part of our job to look through these applications and provide that feedback to the applicant. What is problematic is when, I'm just going to use an example, somebody proposes to do something on land they don't even own, and they don't have any sort of landowner authorization in there. Well, how do we even know this is a viable project? I mean, you can't just propose to do something on somebody else's property, and we can't just say, yeah, go out there and do it, right? So some of those types of elements is part of why we need to be able to kick it back, because it's like, well, why would I want to review and tell you everything, or why should I review and tell you everything that's missing or not correct. If you are submitting a non-viable project from the get-go, right, we should be able to call it out and be like, hey, here's a critical error, and let's start having this dialogue and have that more as an informal dialogue, instead of spending hours reading every page and giving substantive feedback.
No, it totally makes sense. But some bugs have to be checked before you can, go to a deeper, review of the application. Yeah.
Jackie?
Yeah, I think that was helpful clarification. I'm also wondering, so is the main difference between the existing and proposed rule that you can deny before a detailed review? Like, will there still be opportunity for feedback throughout the process, or is that just
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's not denying, it would be kicking back the application and effectively calling it incomplete. And so in a case like the one I just gave, our response back would be, hey, we looked at this. It doesn't appear that you have any landowner authorization. Without that, we can't even consider this project. So, work with us, let us know, and then we can start this review again. And again, part of it goes back to that pre-application meeting. And I think that's one of the areas where you see it, which, we've all talked about having that pre-application as a more critical element of, I think, this process as we move forward, especially for the complicated projects. And hopefully that will also move us away from some of these, because I think the ones where we see the most issues are the ones where they've never even talked to us. And it's like, well, I just filled out the application form. You're just going to give me a permit now, right? It's like, yeah, but you missed critical elements of that. And so I think it's again, part of it having the rule, but then part of it's taking that information and also making sure it's clear in our forms, and hopefully if we have an online system and other materials in our guidance documents, so that it's not that somebody has to go and look at some buried rule somewhere that, because like I'll say currently, using the landowner one, it's in a subsection of a subsection that effectively is after our permit review that says, if the department finds that it will be on the landowner of another, they shall withhold authorization until such written authorization is provided, something of that nature. Well, why that needs to be moved up front, right? It's one of those things where it's like, we shouldn't be burying that, go through the whole process, run everybody through the process, and at the end we hold up our hand and go, oh yeah, yellow flag. You really shouldn't even be doing this because you didn't actually get the landowner's permission. So yeah, there's those kinds of things. So yeah, the point is not to remove the dialogue. The point is to shift the dialogue from, here's an exhaustive review of your application form telling you all the stuff you missed, when really the core part is, we can't even look at this because you haven't addressed one major element. And if once you do, depending on how that's addressed, it could change all the content of the application, right?
Yeah, so I guess a complete package isn't defined by like a perfect package. There's still that conversation that can happen. It's just kind of higher level stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Let's see. John?
Yeah, I don't know if this is something that you can even ask, but one of the things that would really give you a tell as to how your application process is going to go is if they can give you a realistic budget for their project. And because if they know what they're going to be spending realistically, and you'll have a good idea from experience, based on these projects, that might be one of the icebreaker conversations you want to have with them. If they're on track, you move forward. If they're a little too low or a lot too low, maybe that's another conversation you can have before they get, because they'll invest a lot of time in their application process before they realize that that's not feasible anymore. So just a thought.
And that's an interesting one. The concern I would have, and I guess this goes back to, one of the next steps we'll be getting in here is like the project need, right? Is if there isn't actually a need to get on the ocean shore, or there isn't a need to do, say, full armoring, but they've gone in and got an estimate, a realistic budget for a full armoring project, Well, that doesn't tell us, and that's what we get right now, right? It's like, hey, here's our budget. It's based on a full riprap because that's what I wanted. And but yet it's not really defined on, you know, hey, you could have actually done a portion of that, or could have just done toe and you could have done some sloping, or you could have done some of these other options that are out there that would have been cost less money and maybe has
Yeah.
been as effective. And so that's where I think in this scenario might be a little bit challenging.
I know, no, that's right. I mean, and depending on when you ask, it's going to influence the course of the application process. So yeah, it could be tricky. So it was just a thought, but it was one of those things. And I like your checklist, by the way. It's fantastic. I mean, but we have our own. I mean, many checklists for many different type of application process. So I can respect the order you have. It's actually really, really good. But it was one of those thoughts. I mean, we encounter it too, where people just don't have a realistic idea of what they're going to be investing in this project. And I know with riprap, it's a little shocking sometimes. So,
anyway. Charlie?
Yeah, I just want to call out like the type of the project really matters. And in some consideration around this, and I'm some of this is later in this application rule. But yeah, particularly for novel work, if we're going to start getting new different types of non-structural erosion control methods on the ocean shore, um, getting into well, it's kind of hard to have this conversation without having the conversation about the standards and the criteria. But as far as the back and forth in the application process, I could see how it may be in the department's best interest, or it may be in the public's best interest. And as John said, oftentimes you may not have any clue what the cost is going to be. You're going to have to tick around and go back and forth with an engineer on a new design based on how much does it move and does it move or not move and how's it like. So there could be a lot more adding up in that space. And in that space, it might be the benefit of the public and the department. It might not be, So I can see how, you know, there may be some consideration for the type of project that's being pursued in this pre-buffer part, if you will.
Yeah, and this actually gets back to a question that Diane, I think you asked earlier, and kind of the statement of, where are we at in the rules and stuff. And I think the core rules, which I'm kind of talking about what we're working on now, applies to everything. As we've had the discussion, and Charlie, this fits where you're at, is our intent is to have project specific rules and or guidance. It may be that we're able to do it all through guidance. But that way you're absolutely right, because then with the way the rules are written, and there's even things like you'll see as we go further down here, where it'll say things like, unless the department otherwise determines, or something of that nature. Well, one of the thought processes is, well, in those documents, then we can call it out. So if it's a repair of an existing structure, and we'll just stay with shoreline erosion control right now, right? If it's a repair of an existing, there may be things that we say we don't really need that, or we don't need the full amount, versus if it's brand new erosion control, structural versus non-structural or nature-based, or kind of going through those and having that continuum and being able to clarify. And I think some of that actually may be able to happen through more of our guidance, and be able to say like, hey, this is how some of these rules apply to these projects, because I think that's going to allow it to be much more easily digested, because you're absolutely right. The type of project does dictate a lot of this, and the rules set the framework, right? And then that's where we need to either have rules, project specific rules, or we'll need to have project specific guidance that kind of says, here's how these actually apply, right? Or here's how we're going to apply those consistently.
Yeah, 100%. I say this, I mean, I'm thinking about Acola Creek right now and that project, right? And I feel very much like there's a little bit of chicken and egg in that, and we don't know what we're designing to. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that that changes that costs you more time. It costs me more time, and our engineers more time, and then changes costs. And so I 100% think yeah, it's kind of something we ought to be thoughtful about. Thank you for the clarification.
Diana.
Hey there. I just wanted to say, I think that it would be nice if your website provided kind of the cycle, a lot more information and guidance for the average person about what is involved in getting something approved and what the steps are. I have gone to your website with questions about timing and various things, and I don't find it very helpful. It's written by somebody who understands it, and knows it all. And I think it needs to be, a lot clearer and average Joe user friendly, I would say. So I wonder if that wouldn't help, and if you put some examples up and had, kind of like even a case scenario along with like a cycle graphic that says, contact us first in red, and then, and that process could take X amount of time, and kind of walk somebody through it. Because I think it is a very complex thing to take on, and then you could have your recommendations, like if this isn't your jam, get a project manager, and some of those things. So I think that the website is also going to be a critical tool in making all of this work well.
And I appreciate that, Diana, and I do completely want to acknowledge where you're coming from on that. And I will say, before we started the rules, when we identified that the rules need to be done, I actually started working on some application guidance. The problem was with how bad our rules are, the guidance was set up to where I effectively had to fill in a lot of holes. And it made it to the point where, are we actually, questions could be raised of, are we actually applying those same rules? And so it just became a really challenge. So my emphasis came back into drafting the rules to get the rules updated. And that's why I say everything, we have a lot of these things that we want to do. If you ever have a chance, the Department of State Lands has a removal fill guide. It was actually a document I worked on one of the first draft when I was there. It's been subsequently edited, but it basically walks you through all the elements. And as you said, it's in a kind of layman's, framework, and it breaks it down by, hey, if you're looking at this type of activity, or what does this rule actually mean? How do we apply it? How do you calculate that? Whatever it is, here's a drawing, those kinds of things. And I'm looking at doing that same thing. As I really want to have it to where the rules sit off on the side, but then most people will interact with our guidance materials. And as Charlie kind of indicated, because the project type is so critical, is being able to have those written basically by project types, and talking through. And yes, there will be some generic ones that are more of like, here's the review process. If which path are you looking at going down? Here's which way you go. But then, hey, if you're doing shoreline erosion versus dune management versus access, here's your guidance. So yes, I definitely want to get there. And in fact, some of the screens you'll see next are actually diagrams and stuff from some of that preliminary work I've been working on to kind of set up this guidance materials.
Great. I mean, I know there's always more to be done and ways to make things better, but and I of course think that this it is the chicken and egg scenario, but I understand why you want this route. But I do think even if you could provide general, I'm sure that it would be shocking for a new owner to see, how much a hard structure costs, and the time and the different steps, and better that they know it immediately and decide if they want to take that on. So I'm glad you guys are thinking about that.
And we are also working, OSU has, well, I think it's OSU, and there's a partnership, but they're also working on some of the materials to help support some of these discussions as well, giving some kind of the different examples of nature-based solutions and non-structural, those kinds of things. And then we're having things like the vegetation guide, and if there's a few of these other documents. So hopefully we'll be able to connect that a lot more in our in our guidance materials as well. So like you said, having that information where it's at somebody's fingertips versus, looking at Pandora's blank box and saying what's going to come out, which is kind of how I feel it. I think you're absolutely right. And which is part of why we tell people, like, you need to work with us early on so we can talk through your project and help you understand.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so going on. So section 3, and I am skip, just kind of to put in perspective, I'm going to skip 4 and 5 here, jumping toward the end of 6 and 7, mainly because they kind of all fit together here, and then we can focus on the content. Level 3, basically just clarifying that we do have the ability as an agency to adjust those requirements, and this would go back to kind of what we were talking about earlier about project type, and if we have our forms, and as we go through things, that's where we would then spell some of those out more programmatically within those forms that, hey, there's certain things you don't have to do, but if you want to do the biggest, baddest structure, then you're going to require to do all of this. But if it's something smaller or simpler, then there's things here we can waive. And then same thing, kind of building on that, is there are times where we'll be looking through and an applicant will have done a fairly good job on their application, but when you get there's some questions that get raised, and having that kind of ability to ask for some clarifications. And again, this would also allow that within some of those forms, where if it's more of a programmatic for that type of project, that's something that always comes up, we can ask for that. And then that builds into that waiver, right? So all 3 of these kind of just clarify that the department can add things or subtract things when it's really tied back to that necessity for the review. And that goes back to those review standards. So hopefully that makes sense on those. Charlie?
Yeah, we don't have to. I just want to say I flagged a few things in the document here.
Okay.
Just the wording on that number 3 is a little vague.
Okay.
Maybe it might be good to know when the level of detail would be identified that's required. And so there's just, I'll say that you might look at that language a little bit. It just looks a little vague, and clean that up a little.
Okay, we'll do. Just hold on a second. All right, so then jumping down, so really 4 and 5 get to kind of the meat of the document, and really we're looking at the fee, which we've started talking about last week. That section hasn't been developed, but that is just being clear that a fee is required for us to have a complete application. We could take it to another level where we're defining it specifically as the fee must accompany the application. I think I did not go that route in these rules. Partly, I don't think that's fair until we have an actual online submission tool, because sometimes if you pay by check or whatever, it's one of those things that may be following a day or 2 later. And so I think it's having that framework helps set us up, that it's part of the complete application, but it also doesn't mandate that it be submitted at the exact same time. And then 5, which I will be going through, I think I'll recommend, Katie, that we take a break here kind of before we get into each of these elements, since I know we're coming up on our break time. But basically we'll be looking at this new section. I'm going to go through each of these topics that are on the screen here with some examples and kind of talking through some of the core elements within that. But really it is, as you saw, or if you looked at the existing application checklist, the proposed application checklist, there are a lot of similarities to it. The thing I will say is that the current rule version has more specific information in it, and trying to kind of tee that out. The one piece that I will say is that I wanted to kind of lay out with everybody is kind of similar to what we've talked about previously, is in the final rule version, we may pull some of the not procedural, some of the smaller elements, and pull those out and have those in guidance, and not necessarily, and I'll give a good example. This one might be the applicant information. and maybe the final rule might say all of applicant contact information, and then we'll have that more within our guidance saying, hey, we need to have these elements within that, right? And so part of what I've been trying to do as I've crafted these rules up to bring in front of you is to show that here's also the kind of that breadth of information we'd be looking at. And so there is still some internal dialogue on that of like, what is that perfect balance of having something in rule so that we get it, but also not making the rule so long, lengthy, and sorry, apologize on that. So long and prescriptive that it removes kind of some of the autonomy and some of the dialogue. Is once again, if let's just say we have email listed and somebody physically just does not have an email address, are we never going to accept the application? Well, I think the answer to that is no, we would still accept it. We would figure out other means, right? So some of that information may get pulled into guidance. So I just wanted to kind of let you know that as we look at this. So hopefully that sets a context. And Katie, do you want to take a break before we jump into each of those?
Sure, let's come back at 2:10. not quite 2:10, but if you can hear me, we're about ready to get started again. Thank you to everybody for joining us on a Friday afternoon before a long weekend.
All right, we ready, Katie?
I think so. I show 2:10, so go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to go through this slide by slide. Some of these slides are going to have a lot more content related to them than others, but basically just to kind of keep things organized, I'm going to go through these just kind of each slide by slide, and I think we'll try to take the questions as we get to the end of each slide. So really the fundamental parts of the application is the applicant and agent information. That is currently something we ask for. One thing we have done is in the rule clarified some additional elements that when an agent is involved and also kind of who the applicant is really per the responsible party per things that are out there. The applicant really is should normally be the landowner. There are some cases where it may not be, but normally the applicant would be the landowner. And part of that has to do with the kind of long-term being the responsible party long-term for those types of projects. And then the agent should be somebody effectively that's helping them on the working on their behalf to put the application together. That is really the main difference between those two. And then the final part is verification of ownership. As I mentioned earlier, what I have on the bottom of the screen here is what's in our current rule that's buried. The same type of rule has been moved over into the new rules, but is a little bit more upfront. And that's part of what this verification order, trying to bring that in as part of the application, is really, as I said earlier, if we don't know who the owner is and we don't know that you have authorization from the owner, then really your project is kind of dead on arrival. So that, any questions on this first slide or comments? No? Okay. Kind of building on that is, and I took a lot of the information that we have in here more from several other agencies, in particular Department of State Lands and kind of how they do things, is really kind of giving us the information that is related to the land ownership, related to the project area. And so this has to do with things like our public notice process, as well as verifying who owns the properties on which activities are happening. What I have here is a couple of examples of what this might look like in a subsequent documentation and guidance. As I said, these are some of the things that I kind of started developing and that we've provided to some applicants when we've needed to clarify. But really just getting at what information they need to be providing us around their project area, and then also being able to have, like, when we're sending out these notices, when there are multiple landowners that need to be notified, actually having mailing labels, those types of things coming in, so that we actually have the capacity and the ability to get that information out to those applicants or out to the interested parties. And one thing I will add, what that builds into is there's also some language that's in the rules now related to directly affected landowners or affected landowners, and that goes back to those that are actually being like directly would be where there's actually some activity happening on their property, on their parcel, and then affected being somebody where maybe they can see the project site from their land or something of that nature, to where it's affecting their use, but it's not directly on their property. So that there is some clarification on some of that in here as well, or connection to that in this land ownership one. Any thoughts on this slide or the land ownership side of things?
I like your creative names.
Yeah, it was a sad day that day. How do you come up with stuff? So appreciate that, Charlie. All right. Moving down, project
Diana's
site
hands up.
sorry, Diana. Thank you, Charlie.
I'm not seeing slides since I've come back from break.
Huh. So everybody else seeing my slides?
I am
Hmm.
seeing slides.
Me
Yes,
too.
I'm seeing them.
I'm here.
Okay.
Diana, maybe sometimes in the view setting, there's one that'll be like it's like presenter screen or those who are talking, or there's some options in there, and I'm trying to figure out where that is on Zoom.
I won't, I'll bump around and try to find it. I just,
It's usually in the top bar, the very top
Okay.
bar. It'll say what you're looking at. So
Oh,
that
there it is. Top
Mhm.
right. Yeah,
Mhm.
top right. There's one that says view. Then you can change it around.
And I have speaker gallery, sort by gallery, hide self view, hide non-video participant, show meeting timers, full screen.
What's your set at?
Speaker.
That seems like that should be right. Oh,
I'll
I don't know.
I'll keep working on it. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's just a me problem. I'll figure it out.
All right. So the next slide is related to project site location information. And really what this is getting back to is being able to clearly communicate with the agency and the interested public on where is this project happening. And so not only is it just kind of more of a general location map like I hear in the bottom left, but site photos of what does the project area look like, as well as having a project area map of showing kind of what they're proposing to do and where they are in a higher level, so that it can be clearly documented both for the public, but then also for our agency partners who want to review this, because sometimes we get these in fairly cryptic manner, so trying to get things spelled out a little more clearly of what you need to give us, and this is where the example documentation is going to help us out a lot. Any thoughts on the project site? Okay, so those are the easy ones. All right. The next piece is for project need statement. And this dovetails in with the other two pieces that I have on this, which is the impact avoidance and least impact alternative analysis. What we're looking for in this is kind of a standalone portion of the application that would be supplemented and supported by things like the geology report or any other documentation they might have on things like any resources that are out there, but someplace where basically fairly concisely and upfront in the application, they can make the applicant make a clear case for what problem is out there, why they actually need to do something, and how that was based. Some of the framework on this and how this was written up is to not only directly reference the review standards for it, so there's not duplication, but to also kind of lay things out that, this has to actually define, what you're looking at doing, why you need to look doing it, why the ocean shore actually has to be altered as we go through this, and having that substantive evidence to support that decision. Again, currently we get quite a few of our applications are very weak on the need, and part of that's how our language is written, is it's more of a project justification and need versus project need. And the statute and the rules do emphasize that there is a need for the project, but again, our rule when we're talking about the application and some of those pieces is more about justification. And so we get a lot of great justifications, but not necessarily a lot of really solid need statements. And so kind of using some of these examples that I have here, like the top right, is having somebody come in and talking about, well, I want to put, armoring on this property where the red line is the statutory vegetation line, but in this top left, it's like the ocean shore is actually accreted west of the statutory vegetation line. So, overall things are moving west. How is there a need, right? Or looking at the one on the right, even though that statutory vegetation line is maybe very similar to where it's at, they still have an option potentially to move their house further east. And so again, getting past this piece of like, well, what is your need? But then looking at that, taking that need into that impact avoidance as well. And that also includes hazard avoidance analysis, such as moving the house. And so really kind of, they do tie into themselves, because if you can move your house, then you don't have a need to alter the ocean shore, right? And so there's that, they tie very closely with each other. And so those two are kind of really built in. And then the rest of it is the least impact alternative, and really trying to get at that you need to specify for all elements of the project and all the resources that are out there, how your project was designed to avoid, then minimize. And so that can be things from the structure. So if it's armoring, it could be, why can't you do tow armoring versus full revetment? Why do you have to go 60 feet out on the beach versus having the tow further east? Or, those kinds of things. But also, why can't you do the construction from the upland versus operating from the beach? Or, those kinds of things. And that builds into even what we do currently have in our rules, that's hidden, which is this, that there are no modifications that better protect the ocean shore. And so the whole point is trying to bring these things out, and why bringing this all up front and kind of lumping it this way will help bring that more to the forefront of, as an applicant, you actually need to go through this process to figure out what is the least impact alternative, right? Not just coming in with what you want to do and then saying, hey, department, give us a permit because this is what we want to do. And so trying to turn that dialogue around and start having that dialogue to be, hey, during your project design, during this consideration, this is what needs to happen. Because too much what we see is a contractor or a landowner may say, yeah, rock is the solution, and that is what the landowner hires for. And and again, what we need to be able to do, yeah, maybe rock is the solution, but what we need to do is make sure that it's like, it is the solution, and it's also the solution with the least impact to the ocean shore. So there's kind of those two elements. So hopefully that makes sense. Any questions on what I had put in the rule language for this as you're following along? Oh, Charlie?
Sorry, I'm like I feel like a broken record here. Are we getting into the specific language around the project need statement right now, or are
Yeah,
you
so this
getting?
is the project, the rule is, it's a small f within number five
Yeah.
small f. And so
Okay.
yeah, so this would be the area where we have the project need statement. And I recognize that some of the language would be behind, kind of the substantive pieces behind that will be in the kind of the permit review standards that this dovetails to. And so again, I understand that there may be some holes. But again, part of what I was trying to do here is to say, this is what you need to put in the application form to get to us. The review standards will have what substance is in that, right? Hopefully that makes sense. So
Yeah, I guess I on the little f. I think we should be more clear on what need is. You have some visuals here, and some things and otherwise that we can see that infers things about a need or not a need. But what do we mean need in the context of, shoreline stabilization structures? What does that mean? It could be a sub bullet of sorts, maybe, but I really feel like we ought to define what need means.
okay.
Um, or be thoughtful about that. And this is one where we're often looking at something going, what? Why? This, uh, anyhow, digging in on that need, I think is important.
Okay, absolutely. And I will say, without looking at the concepts that I have mocked up, that reference under F large A does have some of that. And again, it's the concept of how redundant Because what I don't want to necessarily have in the application is this is supposed to be more of a list of like, this is what needs to be in your application. And you need to, and what that will need to do is demonstrate that you meet that. And so the concept is within the review standards, it would set that framework up so that it's much more clear that, hey, yes, this is what we will look at to see whether or not you have documented a need in there. Does that make sense? And so we definitely will look at that, but I completely get what you're coming from, Charlie, and I think you're absolutely right, and that is our intent. So I will make sure as I look at that and as I frame up that
Yeah, and I'm thinking about like Cannon Beach Code right now has critical need. But we still, and I have been in, many a permit application review in that space going, well, what we think different about need than the homeowner does, or the oftentimes a contractor of a homeowner. And so, yeah, I think just that I understand what you're saying about where it comes later. And I think this is keep getting in this chicken or egg situation.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I said I'm doing a frantic scroll on the other side here.
I'll just say a lot of this stuff I put in the Google document.
Okay.
If you want to look at it.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and so just and I'm going to read you a couple things because I've got this highlighted as it needs to all be refined, but it's things like, the using the terms that, they kind of building on what is need, right? Where it also uses some of these other more synonyms of the necessary, required, important, crucial, essential, to fill something because of a current issue, right? Or being able to it's actually addressing an existing situation that is effectively defendable, right? Kind of going through those type of things, and that would it immediately result in negative consequences if left unaddressed? Those kinds of things. Being able to put it back to more of these, I'll say measurable, if that's the right way. Like I said, I don't have the final language, so please don't take what I'm saying as being what's out there. But trying to get back to some of these statements where it's like, yeah, if and I'll use like that last one, right? It's like, well, if you say there's erosion, it's going to threaten your home, but the erosion rate equates to being 60 years in the future. That
Oh, Kevin, I think you just froze. Did he freeze just for me?
No, he froze for all of us. Well, Kevin comes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You froze for a while.
Oh no, sorry. Well, I've been having a great conversation with myself.
It looks like John has his hand up. So.
Yeah, go ahead, John, and then I'll come back to. John, are you there?
You're on mute. I mean, you're.
Still.
You can hear me now, right?
Can, yes.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. I think I froze for a second. Kind of adding to what Charlie was saying, or piling on. I think I kind of agree with him, because when it comes to need, I'm thinking the hazard. I mean, there's a hazard to somebody's improvement on their property as a result of ocean action, and they need to put some kind of shoreline protection in front of their house to protect their house from the erosion. I mean, I know that's a specific example, but I mean, describe the hazard that you can't avoid any other way is another way of phrasing what you have in little f, and that part of I think that G too. I mean, when you're trying to avoid the hazard, if I'm the applicant, I'm going to want to say my house is at risk. It's going to fall in the ocean if I don't put a shoreline protective structure in here. So I guess that's my thought is you're trying to evoke that response from them. Normally, you probably don't have to explain it, and I guess in different types of applications, if they don't have a hazard, they're not going to be able to, they're probably not going to be able to describe one. So I don't know if that's it. Does that make sense? Because the way the language is written, I agree with it, by the way, 100%. It's just that when you say, you know, what's your need, I think it's in most cases what you're asking is what's the hazard you're trying to avoid? Is that correct?
Well, and I think yes and no. And I think as part of the problem with our rules is they cover everything from public access to full, you know, revetments.
Okay.
And so trying to write the language thus that, you know, I'll say a need for access, because there is also a need statement there. And part of that comes down to we have private access request, a public access request. You know, if a local jurisdiction comes to us and says, hey, we have a need to, you know, improve access, that level of need is going to be, I'll say, a lot more justifiable, right? You're coming in Park District saying, hey, we've, you know, here's what we've got, versus, you know, maybe a landowner who comes in and says, well, I want my own special big access way for my single house. You know, well, tell me how. You know, well, you've right next door, you've got a public access way. How is there a need, right? And so that's part of the problem with writing some of these is how do you set that larger framework, but then part of again why that project specific type of guidance and or rules will come into play, because then, you know, that's where we can turn around and say, for a public access, your need statement just needs to document that, you know, the public uses it, it's accessible, and it's not going to, you know, do A, B, and C. Right.
Right. Can you do in project state need statements? Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. Can you kind of fork the language in a way so that because you do have these multiple options, basically you have different different needs for different, you know, projects. So fork it in a way that's if you're dealing with a hazard, this is what we expect in your needs statement. If you're dealing with a public access issue, this is what we need. I know you'd be expanding your language, but I don't know if that's a realistic way of approaching it, or if that's just going to make it way more complicated. But it's just a thought if branching it out, because you do have those hazard situations, and you do have, no, we're trying to make access, we're trying to improve public, create public utility, that kind of thing. So it's just my kind of my random thought. So.
No, and I like that approach. I mean, it's kind of how we rewrote the emergency for that same reason, and forking it that way. I'll look at that on the need, and see how that might work in. Because yeah, I mean, the main.
I see what you did there, and it's good. I see what you did there, but I know what that feeling is like when you're trying to get everything in that one bucket, and it just, you know, I know how that is.
Yeah, no, but your approach, it's an interesting way to look at that one, and I'll see what I can do, because that could help bridge that gap into even to that guidance and whatnot of just, you know, and again, what does that happen on this portion, or does that happen on the review criteria portion of this? Yeah, I'll play with that as I clean up that review criteria. Okay, no, thank you, John.
Yeah, thanks.
Diana.
In the Google Doc, I have made my comments on this, but same thing as, you know, Charlie and John, I just got to really lock down what need is. And I was wondering the same thing as John, if you couldn't break out shoreline protective structures, so that you can go into, you know, a little more clear, statements in this rules, section. And, you know, like need, I've been in meetings where the attorney says, you know, of course there's a need. The homeowner is saying that there is. They've paid, you know, tens of thousands of dollars for experts to write reports. They've gone through this lengthy process. They have demonstrated that there is a need. Now, of course, I'm going to see that differently. And, you know, Charlie's talking about critical need, and then we get into that is what the code says. And then we get into, well, what makes something critical? And, you know, people, so again, like in Washington, 3 years, it has to be, you know, proven by an erosion rate and wave modeling, and the erosion rate is determined by this process. Then you're not having these circular conversations about what these floppy words mean. So if that doesn't happen in the application rules, I just really am hoping it's going to happen, you know, in another section so that we can get out of the pain of these long conversations about these vague words.
Yeah, and I know that I'll say that the need section it's so critical to the review, and it's the one that's, I'll say, most often skipped over. And so I appreciate the feedback on this, and I'm going to look at that Washington stuff too in the context of the mitigation that we were talking about as well. Because yeah, if there's, I would like to get some more substantive framework. It's the question whether or not, you know, how far we'll be able to get down that path. Because I mean, how at what level do we have, you know, I'll say the science to defend, you know, is it a 3 year, is it a 6 year, is it a 10 year? Because I, you know, again, we've had numbers that have thrown around here, you know, just kind of staff opinions. But at, you know, what level do you say like, hey, if your erosion, if your, you know, specific site erosion rate and modeling don't show that your house is in jeopardy within, you know, X amount of time, well, is that, you know, is that arbitrary? Is it defensible? You know, where does that sit as an agency? So I will look at that, and I appreciate that feedback.
And I think also it's important that, you know, if you say, you know, I need to see historical data that's supporting this erosion, because what we see are just vague references, you know, because of sea level rise and climate change, we can expect that the erosion rate will increase by X amount. Well, come on now, you know, or they're referencing things that Peter worked on in the 90s, you know, so they're just these very vague statements where I know in Washington they have criteria of how you're determining this. It's, you know, LIDAR, where you're looking at the shoreline change rates, and you have to do modeling. So it's a longer process. You can't just say, oh gosh, I guess in the last few years or the decade, or what it seems to be in this part of the county, you know, so that it is based on something that is objective and science-based rather than a narrative given by an attorney or even a geotech.
Okay. Thank you. Rhiannon?
Yeah, I do like the idea of having some type of quantitative trigger point or requirements. My only word of advice would be to consider long-term versus short-term erosion rates and episodic events where you have, you know, bluff failure or maybe, you know, short-term, you know, El Nino effects or La Nina effects. So the long-term erosion rates may not tell the entire story. So if you have just an erosion rate requirement, then you have, you know, a big king tide event or a big storm and suddenly they lose 20 feet of their property, then that should probably be taken into consideration too.
Well, wouldn't that then, wouldn't you be looking at an emergency application at that point with a different set of criteria? If they've lost 20 feet and if that primary structure is now, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, what are we trying to save? Are we trying to save their bluff? Are we trying to protect the structure? And okay, they've lost 20 feet, but does that put the structure, if that's what's the, you know, the important element, in jeopardy? So I think there's more to it than just has there been, you know, a big event. And if you're oceanfront, then you are always at jeopardy of losing 20 feet or something more. That can't be the justification for a shoreline protective structure, because there could be an extraordinary event that could take out a large portion of your bluff. That concerns me.
And I didn't mean necessarily in an emergency event. I meant not preemptively either. Like, were there to be an application because there was already an event, it wasn't an emergency situation, but suddenly they did lose a good portion of their property that previously had maybe been a slow erosion rate, then that should have some sort of consideration too. So it's not just looking at, well, historically you've only had, you know, 3 inches of movement per year, but suddenly you have X amount. Just have that kind of, have some leeway to have that consideration.
I see.
Yeah, and kind of putting that in context, one of the things we've seen frequently is there'll be an episodic rate or episodic erosion event, and the rate for that will be kind of applied long term of like, well, we lost 20 feet in 1 year. Well, that means next year we're going to lose 20 more feet. And so then our house will be, then the house will be in jeopardy. But yet the long-term rates have been much less. There was a freak event that, may have been a large storm on top of an El Nino, on top of king tide. And, you kind of have the perfect storm, but then that's being used to say, well, yeah, but that rate now is expected every year and could happen. Well, that's not what maybe the history has said. And so I think where Rhiannon's coming from on that is it needs to be looked at in that broader scale. And I think you're absolutely right, because then that's part of what I was trying to get at with some of these is like you need to be able to make that case that if you come in and say, well, we had 20 feet erode last year, here is how we know 20 feet is probably going to erode again, versus well, it was just a one-time event and we had a rip and wave and it's not, well, that could happen again. So, we need to now be preemptively, address this. And so how do we take that back to having that objective and having it objective and supported with clear and convincing evidence? So, Charlie?
Yeah, I think when you're talking about like severe events, or things, we should be very clear about causation. So, I mean, poorly managed stormwater on a bluff property can lead to bluff sloughing and, landslide type events and other things that has nothing to do with the ocean and erosion, from the ocean, from the other direction. Some of that could have been avoided in some cases, potentially. So I just think, particularly the relationship between upland events and activities and those more natural and related to, chronic hazards from the ocean, sea level rise, and otherwise, I think is important in that when you're to what Rihanna was talking about, if we're going to go thinking about those bigger events and how that might change things.
Great. Diana, did you have a question or just your hand still up?
Well, in Cannon Beach in the 97, 98, there were, really damaging storm events. And that was kind of the trigger for the hard armoring in Tolovana. And, it's just now through, the work that Peter did with Meredith Leong that is showing that just because that did happen, and yes, La Nina and La Nino events are expected to increase, it doesn't necessarily mean that we will have the huge storm events and erosions that that happened that one time and that all of policy was built on and development was triggered by. So I just feel very cautious and protective having seen that history and what it's done.
So yours is, so if I'm hearing you right, it's more of that being kind of cautious for the reactionary events is kind of what you're expressing, so that it's not just, oh, all of a sudden we had some event happen and that just kind of removed that. There's just an inherent need now, right? Is that what I'm hearing you say versus?
Right. And I also hear a lot of homeowners now talking about, there's now been a decade of this conversation about sea level rise and climate change. And so they feel like, we have to hard armor, that is the responsible step because things are going to get, bad and worse. And so, that's kind of generated this rush to riprap. So, but Peter has pulled specific data from that larger Cascadia study for Cannon Beach, and it's not evidenced in that research. So, we're hearing these generalized stories that are not applicable to every area on the beach. And I know you guys know this, but I just think we have to be careful.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So I'm going to move. Okay. So, moving down, then we're going to the, oh, Diana, your hand's still up. Did you have something or? Okay. Um, sorry, I'm dealing with a technical issue on my end. My other screen has frozen. So the next portions relate to really kind of giving us the information we need to know about what is being proposed. That really is kind of a core element that is currently can be fairly generic as far as what information we get and what information we have provided to us that we can then share out. And so the um, the information that I've spelled out, within this is to kind of look at really more about tell us what is out there, what are the existing site conditions and improvements that are out there, so that we know really what is happening out there. Right, this is a summary of kind of tell me what's there, tell me what's happened, tell me what that looks like, right? And so that's going to be photos, it's going to be drawings, it's going to be all these other different things, or supported by those photos, drawings, and other things as well. And so the other portion of that is, and the most important part is the proposed, and that's the alterations and construction activities that are out there. And so, as you can see, kind of on these lower photos here, these are just happen to be some ocean shore construction activities for larger projects. But being able to tell me so that as a permit reviewer and as you as a member of the public looking at the application, or another agency that's looking at it to comment, what does this actually look like, right? Because I can tell you from the reviews that I did on some of these, two of these three photos did not look like what I expected them to look like when we got on the ground based on what was in the application. And so having that as kind of a starting point of we need to know what is being proposed. And that is kind of that primary emphasis for this information. And so that is going to focus on area disturbance. It's going to focus on what resources are out there, right? And so as you see, like this top, like this top one, this happened to be a demonstration for some vegetation removal, but it was one of those. Where's the vegetation line then, and where is public access? Where are you going to put things like your safety zone into this adultwood drones, so our large, commercial drone. So having a dedicated landing site for us. So again, just telling us what is it that you're planning on doing, and also those things that you might not anticipate, like that this alternate landing site. That was their emergency spot. But again, calling that stuff out, right? That's what this whole project description is about. And then something that was added that was not in our rules previously was this statement of independent utility. This is another topic that I borrowed from Department of State Lands, but really defining how does this project, what you're proposing to do, how does it fit into the bigger picture? The whole independent utility construct is based on, is this, what is the impact overall with all phases, all types of elements that go along with it. Give you a good example of a question that came up. Wasn't as much ocean shore related because we haven't asked this question, but was the most recent Amazon cable landing in Tillamook County. Their proposal came in as though they were going to stop the cable landing just east of the beach and have a beach manhole. So there was a lot of question about, well, where is that cable going? Because you're asking the state to say yes across the seabed, yes across the ocean shore. Well, if you're not connecting anything, that's all speculative, right? And so there's actually potentially additional impacts from those cables going inland and being laid through wetlands, waters, whatever. And so Department of State Lands asked that question. they did have a plan for that and they were able to answer it. But it's that same type of thing for us is this phase one of many that you're coming in to ask for? Is this something that's going to require additional work? Once again, I'll say once we say yes to this, that it's just going to end up being additional work in the future, or is this something that you're going to go out there, you're going to do it, and you're going to be done? And that's what we're looking at is with that independent utility. Any questions or comments on the independent utility side of things? John, go for it.
It's kind of just a ticky tack thing for me, but I like total area of disturbance and the criteria that you have for in written project description. But you know how people are, they take those words literally, and so they may avoid identifying areas that they may utilize, but they may not disturb. Um, I mean, you mentioned staging in there, which is good. I just don't know if I don't know if I have a better word for it, but I think that's kind of I guess my comment is if there's another way of phrasing it, so it's just the envelope of activity, all possible activities, because I know exactly what you're talking about. They might not mention they're planning on parking 5 vehicles on the shoreline somewhere, or something may be happening upland, things like that. And they might not disturb the area for some reason. They might not be digging in the ground or whatever, but doesn't mean they're not going to be creating, I don't know, some kind of a nuisance or something like that and not bring it up. That's just my thought.
Okay, so you're thinking more from the framework of just the language that's being used in there.
Yeah. It's just a vernacular thing. I just know how, I've had these conversations. Well, I didn't disturb that area. No, but you parked a bunch of vehicles over there for a week. It was nobody knew you were going to do that. Yeah, it's an awareness type thing, I guess, but I don't know exactly how you would phrase that here. So,
okay. Rhiannon?
Yeah, I would just maybe suggest having a list of expectations detailed for what is expected in terms of what the drawing should include, measurements, level of detail. I know that I have seen some applications that you guys have looked at, as I'm sure you know, that have been just like a very crude hand drawing that you guys have had to turn back in because the level of detail is just almost non-existent. So I think like really detailing exactly what these types of project descriptions and materials should have included in them would be helpful.
Sorry, I'm having a computer glitch on my end. Sorry, on a different software that I'm trying to take notes in, so I'm switching over to handwritten. So apologies, it's taking me longer. Jackie.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, is there when we reference the language in the rules, are these all up to the burden of the applicant, or is there clarification what's required for the contractor versus the licensed professional versus the applicant?
So what I would say, the way the rules are written now is what's required in the application. There are a few that would say things, and I'm using very generic terms because I can't see my document. Like I said, my Word just crashed on me completely and I can't even restart it. And so for example, it might say having either, a statement from an engineer or the plans are stamped by an engineer. So some of those things will be specific because, it needs to be a geologist or it needs to be an engineer or it needs, that kind of thing, or a qualified professional for doing, maybe it's a habitat survey or something. But outside of that, this is what needs to be in the application, right? So this is the information you need to present. I don't think it's necessarily There may be some elements in this, right? I'd love to have your feedback, especially as you guys are commenting on the document. If you see any elements that it's like, you guys should just call out, this really has to come from this sort of professional because, of this reason. I would very much be interested in that. But yeah, the intent was not necessarily to spell out those except where we had to.
Gotcha.
It looks like John has a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, John. Sorry, I was still writing.
That's okay. I don't know how you feel about this, but depending on the type of project, obviously, if you could require or it'd have to be require some kind of consultation with the local emergency service provider. I would think a fire district would be the one I would point to initially, where they've developed some kind of mutual emergency response plan for whatever the project is, so that whoever's going to be providing that initial like EMS or emergency services or rescue services response to an incident, they have a plan for how they're going to access the site, how operations are, public safety personnel operations are going to be safe, that kind of thing. I mean, I guess I could roll that back into, liability and things like that as well. But it seems that an emergency response plan within their application would be reasonable, or at least have it a conditional part of the process so that they are going to develop it before the permit is ultimately issued. That's just one thought I had. So,
and that is something that I think could be built into one of the elements that comes a little bit later on what was one of the supplementals, which is the construction and public safety plan. I think you're not far off, because part of why we started implementing that in the past was we went out to a site and one of the local emergency access points was effectively completely blocked by a staging area. And it was the only site within, miles. So if a member of the public had been hurt on the beach, there was effectively no way for emergency response to get onto the beach. And so trying to have that, I think you're not far off on that, John. That could be something that could be clarified in there to be like, yeah, this also needs to include some of this dialogue to make sure that you're not blocking critical areas, because even some of these construction sites, just blocking that north-south access during high tides, that could be one of the critical areas to get into to a spot by the local departments that we don't know about. So, okay. Okay. Let's see. Any other thoughts on the kind of this broader, any of the written description, the area disturbance, resource identification, and that resource identification methods is more of the, how did you find these things out? How did you figure out what you were doing there, right? And going back to that mitigation, how do you, if you don't know what's there, if you don't take into account that there's public access point at, where you're planning on operating your construction equipment, how did you actually consider that, and the safety of the public using that? So, okay. So moving down, so this, jumping down, John, where you kind of brought up was, this is, I'll say new, but not new. We started kind of on our website, we posted a kind of guidance to applicants that they needed to include this along with their applications, mainly because we started having a lot of problems. And as I think I've expressed before, the staging and access and construction operations on the beach have been some of the most problematic parts since I've been here. And how do we start having that dialogue with the applicants and with the contractors? Because let's face it, this is something that the contractors will be the ones probably most likely developing, but hopefully in collaboration with a consultant of some form that's familiar with some of these parameters. But just starting to take these things into consideration, is, what we don't want to have are situations like the top right where we have equipment operating within feet of a toddler, with no spotters, no safety flagging, stuff like that. I mean, this is the type of thing that, we've been lucky. We haven't had any major issues with the public, but we owe it to the public to at least ask these questions and make sure that the operators have a plan and that those plans are implementable and then actually implemented, right? And so this is really, this staging safety plan is about communication. Tell us how you're going to do the construction, because it can be as impactful or more impactful than the actual project. And so, just being able to identify what equipment is out there, being able to identify where they're doing their refueling or lubrication, those type of things. And one of the things I've added into that, which is newer, is things like having environmentally acceptable lubricants. I mean, that's pretty much a standard for projects within waterways. We haven't implemented on the ocean shore, but the ocean shore is waters, and it is also heavily publicly used, and so we need to be looking at some of these hydraulic and fluids that, when there is a spill, I'm not going to say if, it's construction, hydraulic hoses break and equipment leaks over time, whatever it is how do we minimize those impacts? And so again, starting to have this as a more upfront dialogue with the applicants and being able to utilize this to then put together guidance on what our expectations are. Pedestrian and public safety. So as you see some of these, like this project here, actually, we got an aerial photo of kind of what that looks like. We're having, a defined area where their staging is happening, but they were basically working, their equipment would drive through here and all their material was staged over here. So the public's only point was to walk around. Well, you can see this outside edge is getting overtopped by the waves. And so portions of the day, the public had no access along the beach there. There's other photos I have where they were blocking the access. And same thing with like this photo down here. This is one of those where I was mentioning that you couldn't get emergency vehicles out on the beach at one point in time. And so just a lot of these types of things of being able to have that discussion of where are you putting your equipment? What are you doing? I have on here things like just making a reference to OSHA standards. As you saw in kind of the previous slides where they had open pits. There's been no active application of excluding the public from those areas and site safety related to open pits, and so really trying to call some of those back in that you need to describe that you're going to be meeting these and how you're going to be meeting these. And then things like having an upland staging site versus staging on the beach. There's a lot of areas along the coast where there are viable upland staging locations. They may be less convenient, but by not having on the beach, you've minimized the impacts, right? And so just again, this is whole point behind this construction staging and safety plan is to have this proactive dialogue about how do you avoid and minimize the impacts with the public. And then and a lot of that's just coming down to tell us where you're going to be working from, how you're going to be getting there, how often you're going to be getting there. And part of this will also come into the mitigation discussion, as we talked about before, with like compensation. When we build this compensation out, is if we end up having something like, well, if you're operating within a few 100 feet or from upland, you don't pay a mitigation fee. But if you're operating 2 miles down the beach and you're wanting to make 5 runs a day every day for 4 months, there's a significant impact to the public, right? And those are two completely different things. So again, how do we get it to where it's minimizing those impacts? So that's a lot of what this is tell us what you're doing, define what those elements are in the application, and that's what the criteria that are in the rules kind of cover. Is it everything and comprehensive? Probably not, but does it really get at all the core elements? Absolutely. So hopefully that makes sense. Charlie.
Yeah, I want to say that going through a couple of accidents and other things on the Oregon coast with projects, I really appreciate this section being added. And Chris Howell would really appreciate this too, thinking back to some Tillamook woes of his. So thank you.
Well, and Chris was an instigator of this. I mean, it was kind of one of those things when I did my first assessment and took it to Chris. He was very supportive of this being added. So So,
Yeah, we were all looking at trying to understand what all the fluid leaked out and otherwise was going to do or not do, or whether it was harmful or not. So it was all coming after, and so having that information up front is like super helpful, I think.
Yeah. Felicia?
Yeah, so my question is, so you have those, photos that, clearly explain what the problem, can be and has been. Um, so how did you get those photos? Because I'm curious, like, do you have an enforcement inspection component, which I doubt because of lack of capacity? Are you working with, partners? I was curious, it's like, I'm curious about that because maybe if there is one of these components, which I'm sure I mean, it's difficult to
Yes.
have in terms of capacity, but that could be like, hey, if you don't follow those rules, here are like some of the fines or like
Yep.
some consequences. I was curious about that.
Yeah, so I think it was I don't remember if it was our last meeting or the one before when we went through the enforcement and compliance section. Um, Part of that restructuring, as we talked about at that meeting, was because the current rules are kind of hard for us to exercise a lot of different discretionary tactics. These photos were all due to site compliance. I took two, or at least a couple of them on the ground. The other one was honestly this top one was a self-reporting. There was a project photo sent in to show that they'd done the work. But we do have our beach rangers on site, and so things like these on-site photos we'll get from our beach rangers as projects are going on. We do have a dedicated compliance and enforcement staff person now. That is the first time we've had that. As I kind of mentioned in our first meeting when I gave the introduction, as kind of looking over history, we had two people doing this program. Then that went down to basically one for a while for permitting, and then about 3 years ago we brought two on, and then about a year ago, well, within the last year, we brought on a third person, and that position is specifically to focus on permit compliance and monitoring work. And so, yes, there's a need for that because part of it is if you ask these questions and negotiate through this, and then there's no follow through on the other end, or you add conditions and there's no follow through, what good did it do to actually look at the things at the beginning, right? And so there has to be that. Let's work through it. Let's come up with a process that will be agreeable to everybody, and then the accountability of yes, you actually did it that way, and everything's great. So
And thanks for the reminder. And sorry, there's been like
no,
a lot to digest. So I completely forgot. I guess that was covered in the past. So thank
no,
you.
no worries. Yeah, I don't. This program is broad enough and complex enough that I don't expect all of these things to sink in every time. So, um, okay. So, all right. Oh, John, sorry.
Yeah, that's a really complete list. I was kind of scouring it, trying to find anything else that I would add, and I'm not really finding anything. I mean, there's going to be things that'll come up. You'll as time goes on, but other than that recommendation that having especially the contractors consult with local emergency services just on whatever their response plans are to make sure that responses can actually occur. But I can imagine you could do that with a lot of other agencies and as well, with law enforcement, at Coast Guard, et cetera, those types of things. But I'm not seeing anything in here that really. This is great. I mean, it's a little hard to believe you haven't had any of this the whole time because this is the kind of detail you would want, obviously. But these are great. So I think, and I know you and Tyler and the program have been implementing a lot of this as you've been going along with projects along the ocean shore. So I know a lot of this comes from experience. So, but yeah, anyway, I just wanted to mention it. It's just the safety parts, the environmental safety parts. It's just, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Oh, not a problem. Then I got a couple slides here too that I'm gonna flip through because a couple of videos I took, which is again part of why we were looking for this. So this is me standing on the beach. Obviously, there's a clear haul route there, and I'm standing about 10 feet away. those truck tires are like 6 foot diameter, and no horn, no slowing down, nothing. Just, there's really no very minimal signage. So again, these are the types of things, and this happens to be in an area too that we issue quite a few like special use permits for weddings and other get-togethers as well. And then this was, I get part of why, and John, I think going back to a comment you said about that whole envelope of activities, is they had defined their work areas, this being a haul route, and then over to the left-hand side of the screen being kind of where they were dumping and everything, which is true. They never called out that they were going to hammerhead turnaround in the public access way. And so, and then again, part of going back to some of the safety requirements, there's no backup alarm on this. There's no, there's no spotter. Just nothing other than the driver and what limited view they have, making sure that there's no member of the public doing something like, oh, I can run across there quick before they back up. It's a slow machine or something. And so this is part of why we're wanting to ask this, is we need to know what they're planning to do and then be able to hold them accountable if they're doing something else. Because it's hard when, you didn't spell this out. You didn't say they couldn't do it, but they didn't ask to do it. So which way, when you do an enforcement, the best is, hey, can you stop doing that, right? And it's like, but we need to get this to where it's like, no, you can't turn around in the public access way. It's just not going to happen. So hopefully that also gives a little background.
I was going to mention some of those photos and even that video looks familiar. I think yeah.
You probably recognize those two locations. They're in your area.
Yeah. I have some recollection of that.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on, project drawings. We do currently have project drawings. We have a list of things that are on our application form. So I don't want to say they're not going to change. The requirements aren't going to change a whole lot, other than we're going to spell out a few more elements within it. But really, it is the drawings. We need to have them clearly show the existing and proposed site conditions and where our jurisdictional boundaries are. And then the property ownerships is the other part. Is a lot of times we get these projected over tax maps, and tax maps are great for assessment purposes, but not for property boundary, legal purposes. And so there's been quite a bit of I'll say contention and problems related to property boundaries, and so some of this is going to come back to having, not only requiring engineering stamps on our drawings, but also in some cases surveys by a licensed surveyor supporting with the information that's on the project drawings. And that because part of that comes down to, I'm just going to use this example up here on the top right. The revetment that's proposed here just kind of miraculously ends at the property line per the tax map, but yet there's excavation, there's other activities that may actually be occurring across that line in order to make that happen. And so being able to actually know where that's at, so that there can either be an affirmative statement of, we are not going to go past that, or, well, in order for us to do this, there will be some work past that. And then, again, being able to have that validation taken into play. So those are, and then the other part, we talked about having the ocean shore resources and some of those other things on our maps. A lot of those are not currently included, even things as simple as access ways, existing public access, the Oregon Coast Trail, other things that, again, while we have this listed here, there's another section where I'll have more information about kind of getting that information, but it's, again, translating that and being able to tell that story. Go ahead, John.
You might want to include a requirement to give you source for their contours. Otherwise, they'll default to the 2009 LiDAR contours for the Oregon coast, and they're not accurate anymore, obviously. So, and they can produce their own LiDAR if they have somebody come out with the right equipment. So it's, yeah, I would source their LiDAR or source their contours. So.
Good point. And that, and honestly, that might explain why some of our drawings haven't looked the same when we get on the ground. So, okay, appreciate that. Any other thoughts on drawings? All right, I'm gonna move down. So this section is new, and I'm gonna call it's kind of a catch-all, but as you'll see with the titles in here, it is really going back to the current review standards that will be expanded on that are currently just kind of a little bit whitewashed in our rules of, hey, we're going to verify that it has, limited impact to fish and wildlife resources. Well, we have some of our own tools, but again, part of it comes down to how do you design a project to something if you haven't actually done this? And as we've talked about before, the level of detail on these is going to vary. There are certain parts of the coast that have very limited resources and will be a fairly quick scan. Other areas are going to be quite quite contentious. I mean, if you happen to be adjacent to a marine reserve, to have tide pools and maybe some area rookeries for a specific shorebird or something, you've got these overlapping these, you may have a lot more homework to do than if, say, I'll pick Lincoln Beach. There's not a lot of habitat left out there. It's mostly armor. And so, again, even though these are out here, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have to do an exhausted, or applicants are going to have to do an exhausted screening. But the one thing that we've seen come back to hit us several times is the cultural and historical resources. And usually it's a huge project delay. And it is something that's, I'll say, effectively preventable by just talking to a archaeologist and having a pre-screening done just to even see where things happen, because we have a lot of known historic and cultural resources along the coast. And so when we get a project coming in today, a lot of times it'll be, here's what we want to do, and then we get the feedback of, oh, well, yeah, there's known sites there. What did they do to avoid impacting those known sites? And so, yeah, and same thing happens with these other resources as well. But yeah, I think it's just really trying to pull these out up front and laying out that these are things you need to do and document and show that you've been able to do that, take those into consideration. And some of what I mentioned previously, or even things like the us actually implementing things like the in-water work timing and those other things. Well, if your haul route crosses several streams, or if your project area includes a stream, those are things you need to consider, because you need to know when that in-water work period is, right? Or if there are listed species in that waterway, what are the impacts of what you're proposing to do on those, and start having that dialogue up front during your design considerations, so we can bring in the appropriate agencies and have the appropriate discussions. So that's really what this comes down to. It is pretty lengthy. Nancy.
Scott Marion provided some very detailed comments. I've got 5 on this page regarding surveys, reports, and assessments.
Okay.
We're really happy they're going in this direction. You had made some comment before about how sometimes you might have been over specific, and you might want some of that language like in a guidance document or something. So you may want to look at some of these in that scale. On lines 1 and 2, on page 9, we say you may not need to be as prescriptive in scale and scope of the description of biological and physical characteristics of the ocean shore that you're seeking. Line 20, in a previous section on page 8, you'd reference the marine conservation areas and marine research areas. Here you reference rocky habitat. We feel like you need to be consistent in referencing the same sites. Line 22, you list habitat identified in the Oregon Conservation Strategy. There's a lot of habitats identified in the conservation strategy. What specific ones are you referring to? Or again, maybe that's where some of that detail goes into the guidance document.
Okay.
Line
and
22.
You said these are all in the Google Doc as well?
Well, I don't think we're reviewing the Google Doc. We're reviewing whatever was sent out and attached
Okay. Yeah, because
And
I know Katie also sent the link for a Google Doc too. But yeah, if you
Yeah.
have those, if you can forward, if
I
you
will, I will, I will forward those to
yeah,
you.
absolutely. Then I won't miss any by taking my quick notes here. I won't miss any of these because these all sound great. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead and continue summarizing. I just wanted to make sure that how much I was having
Um,
to type versus listen.
yeah. Okay. Line 22, suggestion to add clearer language. For example, what is a resource of a state agency? I mean, if we don't know, then the public's not going to know.
Okay.
In line 22 to 35, where you've got it coded as TSP APPG
Oh,
adapted,
yeah.
you're asking for some very specific stuff that basically consultants and
Hmm.
ecologists develop. So we're
Yes.
suggesting you might want to reconsider the specificity of the requirement.
Okay.
Seems reasonable to request a list of what species are present, but not necessarily fully describing their ecology and regional importance.
Okay.
So, but anyway, we
No,
really
those
like
sound
that you're going this direction. Just trying to be constructive.
absolutely. No, I appreciate the constructive feedback because, I'm, like I said, pulling them from different areas, trying to build in things. So yes, appreciate that and would love to see those
Yeah, and I'll
comments.
send you Scott's comments.
Okay, great. Now I need to go. Sorry. Charlie.
Yeah, this is kind of a process problem that I'm still trying to wrap my head around. One, I'd love to see Scott's comments too. I'm quite interested in particularly ODF and W's review of this ecological and habitat stuff and the requirements in here. And so I like that we have a Google document, which some of us are using, and then I think we're also all downloading stuff, or other people are downloading things and then sending you comments. I just like to be able to see other comments from other folks. And if those are just getting sent to you, I'm missing.
Charlie, if you give me your email, then I can send it to you.
Well, I'm just trying to think about our process here. If there's, there could be other people providing comments on Word documents and sending those individually to Kevin, and then I don't have that context when we're reviewing. So just thinking a little bit more about our shared space for review just seems to be I'm happy. Thank you for, please do send those to me, Nancy. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Nancy, did you have anything else or was your hand still up? All right. So, one of the last pieces, and this kind of builds into what we were talking about previously, is, and I will say this is a little bit, there is some redundance in this when we look at like the earlier write-up where it was least impact alternative, those kinds of things. It does reference down to this section, and so it may or may not be its own section, but it'll be content that needs to be there, right? But the assumption is that this is where you would document your avoidance minimization, type of things, and some of the assessments that you had looked at in doing that. But really, the main emphasis, without having that other section being extremely long, is to really use this as a standalone place that we can capture what is the mitigation sequencing and how is that defined. Because using so this actually comes out of Washington's guide, but they end up with a revetment, a bulkhead that they proposed having it the entire way, but at the end it's a shorter version with a pocket beach at the end to deal with some of the end effect, right? And there's some soft stabilization incorporated, so they still have a bulkhead on part of it. But again, it's that showing that how do we, get applicants to think that, you don't have to armor from one end of your property to the other. It's not that or nothing, right? There are these alternatives in there, and really kind of playing that out, that how it moves through that. Um, so that's really where this goes into it, is trying to pull that out as somewhere in your application, likely in a supporting document, you need to tell us how you're going through these. And if sections don't apply, then you document those, right? Hey, we've further, we've eliminated everything that's out here. Great. Then, you don't need to go to compensation. So any thoughts on how mitigation is written up? Charlie, go for it.
Just make sure I'm understanding. Are we going to clarify, like in a subsequent section, like what the mitigation aims to achieve?
I don't know if I don't know if where you're going with that one, I guess. Because part of this section, I mean, again, part of this is just getting what from the applicant, but within here, it's kind of starting out with again, you're going through that process, avoid, minimize, and then earlier it's the least impact alternative. So I'd like to get some better clarity on what you mean by that as far as
like no net loss, like
okay.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
I would say, I mean, the policy section, this goes back to a question Nancy had earlier. And I think in the policy section, there is that one kind of phrase where, for the one section that we have it as it's the protect and preserve the ocean shore language that we had looked at previously. And let me share, I'm going to throw this, oh, that's the wrong document. So, by having, and this is one of them, I understand there's still comments that haven't been incorporated into this, but this is one that we looked in that first meeting where it was, really looking at that our mandates were to preserve and protect the ocean shore and, and through these kind of elements, but we don't specifically have like a no net loss policy or anything. Part of that's because it's not in statute, it's the protect and preserve, which could be viewed that way. But I think it's kind of a factor of it needs to be the least impact and alternative and building on that aspect. But I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of where I see it's framed out.
Okay.
And if you have any other, I mean, I'd love to have any other thoughts on
yeah, I want to think about
how we do that.
Yeah, because I don't think you want to wait till there's like a legal like inquiry around that. I guess the other thing I'll just mention while I got the floor for a second is there's a statement in here in AII for structural, non-structure, nature-based oceanfront erosion control. Non-structural, nature-based alternatives are less impact must be implemented. And it says to the department's satisfaction. I just want to say that's kind of vague.
Okay.
You might clarify that, tighten that language up a little bit. I don't know what your satisfaction is versus my satisfaction versus Diana's or somebody else's. So that might be helpful.
Go ahead, John.
And just to make sure I'm following this correctly, so mitigation plan, you start and this is a sequential process. First, you have to tell us you can't avoid the hazard or the issue. You move into minimizing the effect of the solution you're planning on implementing. That literally like is and then you go into rectifying the effect by repairing or rehabilitating or restoring. Those are kind of, I mean, depending on the circumstances, those can kind of, one could work, the other couldn't maybe work. So either way, you have to eliminate those two options. Get into eliminating the effects over time through monitoring. In other words, now we are going to implement some larger solution that is going to have a deleterious effect on the ocean shore, and then ultimately you have to address compensating. But before you can start talking about rectifying, reducing, or eliminating, you must first talk about avoiding, and you have to completely eliminate that as an option. And where you get into the non-structural solutions and the minimizing the effect, the way this is reading is minimizing the effect by implementing a solution that is, I would say, in the case of shoreline armoring, a non-hardening solution. So like maybe you're implementing cobble, maybe you're planting grass, something like that. But that's got to fail, or they have to demonstrate that regardless of implementing it, it will fail. They can demonstrate it one way or the other, but I agree with Charlie. It's a little vague, but I guess I can understand because there's a lot of different solutions, and they can all be. You have to demonstrate that solution's not going to work, and that can be done a lot of different ways, I suppose. And I don't have a better answer to that. I understand where Charlie's point is there, and I just don't know what. Again, you'd have to start laying out different solutions with different descriptions of failure, and I'm not. I guess I'm not suggesting that that's what you do, but I also would point out maybe a version of that would be a solution or something that you would want to put in there. I don't know. I'll leave it at that. So just a thought.
Well, I guess, what do you mean by that? I'm not really following kind of.
I kind of with development permits. So I think of, what are my top 5? What do I do the most? And I don't know. I mean, I know you do a lot of ocean shore permitting, so you have a lot of on the beach permits, a lot of access permits, but then you have, shoreline armoring is I don't want to say a uniform type process, but it is a familiar process. And if somebody wants to come along, I want to put riprap in. Have you tried something else? Have you tried cobble? Have you tried moving your house? Those options available in most of those shoreline hardening scenarios have, I would say, a very standardized list of options. Did they work? Did they not work? And why? And it almost seems like laying that out for the applicant right up front, saying before you spend a lot of time on, I don't know, designing your riprap wall, why don't you spend some time on exploring these options? Tell us if they will or won't work. Have your professional consultants advise you on this and bring those back to us in your application, and make your primary focus, at least at first, on can you make cobble work? Can you make grass planting work? Can you move your house? And front load. I mean, I'm suggesting you maybe front load the application material or front load the application process with these standardized statements is what they are. And if they're not applicable, they're not applicable. The applicant will, I would assume, at some point come back and say, yeah, different critter. I'm doing something completely different here. And then you're back into, well, since this is a little more novel, minimizing the effect. And this is the language for literally everything else, which, by the way, I don't think you should necessarily change this language, because this is your de facto language for literally everything else. It just seems like you want those added for certain familiar projects, those added criteria. So that's my thought.
Okay. No, that gives me a lot to think about. Thank you. Yeah, and some of that, like you said, I think you were getting at, it could be guidance and forms and statements and things like that. But yeah, I hear what you guys are saying about the vague nature of that. And I think part of where this came from was a comment that Tyler had brought up of where there's a lot of generic statements of, these structures don't work on the Oregon coast. And that's, and then so we need the full riprap. And, what we're hearing from the research side of things is there are options that work. And so how do we get that to where the dynamic comes back to, well, we don't know if they're going to work also in the state unless we try them. And what Washington's gotten to is they're basically forcing them to try them. And, especially non-structural. And now with our legislation that puts preference on non-structural, how do we encourage that a lot more to where it's like, yeah, before we move down, you may be eligible for armoring, but before we move there, you have to try these other other things. And even if it is structural, it's a less impact structural option. Put tow rock on instead of full riprap, or that kind of thing. So, okay, I know we're getting at time here. I think we'll take Jackie's question, and then we can either finish up next meeting with the remaining sections here. Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, so gosh, there's so much going on here. I think it's not super clear to me when I can't see your screen anymore, so I don't know the flow off by heart, but when mitigation is going to be required, it sounds like would that be a determination of OPRD, or is that an upfront part of the application that the applicant should know?
As far as mitigation, I mean, I guess I would say mitigation is going to be required. I mean, it is currently technically in the rule. It says prior to submission of the application, the applicant needs to but it puts it all on the applicant to come up with a mitigation. So what this is trying to do is kind of more clearly define that mitigation is required and kind of how to get to that. And so mitigation is part of every project because it's a sequencing. It's the compensation portion that is going to be, I'll say maybe a little bit up in the air at the beginning. And that's part of why when we had the fee discussion, I think what my thought is that would be part of a second set of fees, which call them a permit fee instead of an application fee, right? Where it's like, okay, now that we've gone through this, it looks like we're issuing you a permit. Looks like these are the impacts. Here's the fee, or here's whatever you propose to do, to offset those impacts. Let's go down that road now. So that would be looked there.
Yeah.
So I think, I don't think it would be, at least not currently, would it be just a clear, hey, here's what it is, because it needs to be, again, part of that design discussion. And really,
Yeah, I think
laying that out.
sorry.
Yeah.
I think Charlie might have brought it up, but some sort of definition or requirement of what satisfies mitigation would be helpful, because it just seems pretty open-ended to me.
Okay.
I think referencing the FEMA guidelines or some sort of like those new standards that came into effect, that kind of thing would be helpful.
Yeah, and I will say when I wrote these up, part of it is because we don't have I'll say mitigation process, because that's what we talked about earlier, where it's like for a compensatory side of things, we probably will end up having a second phase of rulemaking. Part of what we wanted this to do was also to support some of the FEMA guidelines, because we know that or at least it appears that maybe some of these things like structural solutions that may end up fitting into some of those requirements and requiring some of that, is hopefully that analysis and a lot of that would also dovetail with and meet the criteria here. So it's not like we're completely different. Ours is, is generic enough that it's like, yeah, if you go through and do that, and that's part of your discussion and you're looking at that, then maybe these things could work, right? And so I think it's a little bit open-ended. Part of that's on purpose. Part of that is just because we won't have I'll say science-based compensatory mitigation process unless we go through kind of more of a work groups process, like, that's lengthier, where we really talk about what needs to be in compensatory mitigation and how does it get there. This is really just trying to get that process through of how do we get it to where, the project design is taking all of those things into consideration and having the least impact option at the end.
Okay.
All right, Katie, I think you had some things. I only have one more slide, Katie. I don't know if people can hang around. If we want to finish it up, we could finish this section. Otherwise, Katie, I'll let you go to process stuff.
Like Diana still had one question.
Diana has a question. Go ahead, Diana.
Thanks. I would say that the mitigation, it seems like there needs to separate out mitigation and adaptive management. And so I understand what you're saying, that you want there to be consideration and a plan for how projects will be managed as time passes. But I consider that not mitigation, it's adaptive management. It's to be expected. and planned for. And I almost feel like that needs its own section. So I just wanted to mention that. And maybe that would help with the clarify on what does mitigation mean, because right now it's just a very big basket. And then circling back to, you know, the section that Charlie mentioned for structural and nature-based oceanfront erosion control alternatives, non-structural nature-based alternatives, or other less impactful design must be implemented, including being adequately designed, constructed, monitored, maintained, and adaptively, your cursor's over it, managed to the department's satisfaction. I would like it to say, like, tell me what adequately designed is. I would love that to be that you need the same level of professionalism as a hard structure. So, you know, that should be a geotech or an engineering geologist or a coastal engineer. And, you know, there should be a plan, an expectation of how the project will perform and what is success and what is failure. Because right now, you know, you guys will give a drive-on permit, somebody will dump less than 50 cubic yards of cobble on the tow. It moves around a year later, they go and scoop it together, and then another year goes and they go, we tried, it failed, and now I want my riprap. Well, is that failure or is that totally to be expected? And it did provide some value. So I think that there needs to be clearer language in this section. And I know right now in Cannon Beach, there is a nature-based solution that was developed by an engineer, and the planner went, whoa, this must be a hard structure because I've never seen an engineered plan for a soft structure, a nature-based structure. So I think that we need to have the same level of rigor for non-structural support. And so I would like to have those same professionals designing it, constructing it, monitoring, and then have that built-in expectation of what are the triggers that are going to require maintenance and who will perform it and manage that part of it. And then I think it needs to say that this lesser alternative project was unsuccessful according to whatever it was that was determined ahead of time as saying that it's unsuccessful before they can go ahead and look at a lesser priority erosion control measure, say. Do you know it? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you're putting the unsuccessful based on the information that they spelled out in the application. So the performance measures and everything they had. So it's not just, like you said, a generic, it failed because it eroded. It was unsuccessful because we did all the maintenance, we did all the everything that we tried, and it just kept, you know, it didn't work for these reasons, right? So you're talking about, again, having it more based on tangible versus rhetoric.
Exactly. And up front to have that reviewed. Yes, we all agree this will be failure or this will be success. And then those decisions are being made with best practices, because if somebody is experienced in building riprap and they're going to take those same lifespan expectations on a nature-based solution and judge that nature-based solution a failure because it lasts 5 years versus a theoretical 25 on riprap, that's not helpful. That's not a failure of the nature-based solution. It's a failure of correct expectations. So I would want the non-structural projects to have a clear plan that is based in, you know, what is best practices for that particular thing, not, well, I'm going to apply these other expectations or guidance onto this new, perhaps, you know, never tried before. So I just think there needs to be more thought and consideration and rigor up front on what the project is, how is it going to be managed, and how will it be judged. And then it needs to be judged as a failure before you can trip another application for a harder solution that's going to cost the beach and the public more.
Okay.
Okay, well,
All right.
since we're over time, I know you don't have too much longer, but we'll probably do a recap anyway, so we'll move forward. I did want to say with the documents that you're emailing, because this is a public meeting, and we don't want to run afoul of public meeting law, we'll make sure to put those on our file sharing site, so that we're not doing serial communication. So if you email them to Kevin or I, we'll get them on the file sharing site. And then if you have the opportunity to just share in the Google document, then that'll be the easiest way to see the comments. But if you aren't doing that and you end up with the document, we'll put it on the file sharing site so that everybody can see it, but that we're not emailing each other. It gets a little funky with public meeting laws that way.
Thank you for that. I'm managing like probably similar to other people reviewing something, and so I've got like 4 versions of the rules, and I'm tracking it all everywhere. So thank you for that, Katie.
Yeah, we'll try to get more of it in one place, but it'll be either in that file document. It will be there. And then we don't have a meeting next week, so you get a week off. Our next meeting is the 29th, and we will get out meeting information earlier. So next week we will get out meeting information for the meeting that is on the 29th. I did get the meeting date right, Kevin, correct?
Oh,
I had
I'm
it
not
up
looking.
in the night. Yes,
I'm
the
not looking
29th.
at that.
29th, from 1 to 5 is what we have on here. So we will see you all in 2 weeks on Thursday. So I hope you have a great weekend, and thank you so much for your time participate in thoughtful conversation. We do really appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all.